Halloween
Forever.
Hey guys, what's going on? Good evening. Good eve to you.
Good eve, Brian.
Yeah. It's funny. It's funny. I was talking to some friends like that are younger, don't remember the 80s, and they were talking about like, hey, in the 80s, was it just like everyone walking up and down the street with big giant boom boxes on their shoulder, bebopping around and stuff? And I was like, guys, we didn't all walk around with big giant boom boxes on our shoulder. That's just a stereotype.
Oh, fuck
Welcome, boys and girls, to a motherfucking Showdown episode of Halloween is Forever. I'm Brian.
I'm Steve.
I'm Matt.
Hey, Steve, who that handsome boy be over there? Who that new boy be over there?
That's Matt.
Hey, Matt.
Hi.
Tell the folks at home who he is.
I am one half of the duo from Decayin With The Boys. We are a combat sports podcast. We also talk about beer, horror movies every once in a while too. So we step on your toes whenever we can. And we like to talk to some home brewers, some pro brewers, and everything in between.
We told you. If you've been paying attention, you've been listening to the podcast, you knew we were going to have one of them boys from Decayin With The Boys on the podcast. We got Matt here with us tonight for the Showdown episode for September. Matt, this is a big one. This is the penultimate Showdown episode in terms of the pinnacle of our year, which is of course October. It's spooky season. It's Halloween season. But as far as I'm concerned, spooky season's already started. September we're in the fucking thick of it. Right? Like we're dead center of spooky season once September hits, and we are here, you rotten son of a bitches. And we are going to have a fucking showdown, an 80s slasher one-hit wonder showdown. Holy shit, it's going to be a lot of fun. I got a whole sack of tacks that I'm going to roll out on the mat. I know Steve's got a ladder or two back there. Matt, you don't think I can see it, but I can see you got a sledgehammer over there. Just fucking Hunter Hearst Helmsley style. And it's going to get fucking wicked over here in a few goddamn minutes. But before we do that, we got a beer poison on the podcast here. So it feels appropriate. Let's jump right in them dang old beers. Matt, you're the guest. Why don't you lead us off? Tell us what you're drinking on this evening.
So like I said, I am one half of Decayin With The Boys. The other half of Decayin With The Boys is Mr. Adam Bashline, and he likes to brew up delicious beers, and I have one of them here.
He might brew more than any human on the planet.
Well, this one is very special because this is my last can of his South of Heffen. And it's a beautiful little mashup here that took home the 2022 North Hills Homebrew Fest Award.
Nice.
So it went on to the Penn Brewery system. So this is a New England IPA smashed up with a good old Hefeweizen. Mm-hmm. So we got all kinds of good stuff in here. We have New Zealand and Sabro hops. We got bright notes of coconut and cream. And you got all the flavor profiles of the New England. You smash them all together. You get rid of all the things you don't like about New England. You get rid of all the things you don't like about Hefeweizen, and you're left with this refreshing little can of goodness. And there's still some left, I believe, over at Penn Brewery, because I just grabbed this one. But if I have the last one, nana boo boo, it's mine. Fuck off.
Yeah. Let me ask you about that one because I have not tried it. Weiss beer yeast?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. So like New England with the Weiss beer yeast, there's probably some wheat in the grain bill, probably a disproportionately high amount of wheat in the grain bill. That sounds to me, except for with Sabro and some other kind of super new age hops, reminds me a little bit in theory, at least, of Hopfenweiss. The Schneider Weiss / Brooklyn beer that I remember having, and liking here and then having it over in Munich at one of the Schneider Weiss pubs. And I was like, holy shit, this is super tropical. Like, all the biotransformation things happening with the Weiss beer yeast. I wish more people would ferment fucking hazy IPAs with Weiss beer yeast. It probably does interesting stuff.
It's a lot of fun, and it's it's a good sipper too. Like you're not gonna feel like you're getting so bloated as you usually get from the Hefeweizen, and the stone fruitiness of the New England comes into play. It's just it sounds weird on the onset, but it's nice and balanced. I think it's just a cool beer. And of course, shout out to my homeboys. So if you want to follow them, it's at batch_brew, all social media, including X.
I heard. So I've been on the X. I've been Xing here and there. Are yins on the threads over there? Because I heard Shippy tight on the threads. Steve told me Shippy tight. I have not been on the threads.
Shippy tight on the threads, man. I get lots of love on the threads.
Yeah. I haven't done it.
Engagement's better, and the first replies aren't all the most brain dead racists. So it's like it's helpful. Yet. Once you can pay to be first, that's what it happens. It's just brain dead racists go, have my money. I want to spew my hate. Everybody has to see it.
Oh, that's an interesting question. So if you pay for the little check mark on the X, does that mean your reply shows up more, like the algorithm? But you get popped towards the top too. Oof.
Yeah.
Ugh.
You also
I'm very close to deleting that shit.
You also get canceled out of being able to message people that have the check if you don't have the check. So it's a full separation of the haves and have-nots on the X.
So fucking dumb. If the check was literally a penny, like annually, I still wouldn't fucking do it. I would not
still
give it. No, it could be, you could say, all right, give me your credit card or your, Venmo information or whatever, and we'll pay you to have a check. And I would say, stick it up your ass.
Well, here's the new rub to it.
Okay.
Is that they have started paying some people to have the check mark.
Ooh, okay.
So, and it's based on like the engagement their tweets get. So now the new thing is, it isn't just stupid racism. That's the first reply. The new thing is putting just like shitty, low effort, high engagement memes. So like all the stuff you see on Facebook is also now the first reply on Twix, because people just want to get that engagement to hopefully get a check from Musk Daddy.
Twix. I like that. Because now, so really the have-nots is kind of like the left Twix and the right Twix when you think about it. Left path versus right path.
Except for the left Twix has been, dragged through the gutter and peed on by a dog.
Twitter is the one, aside from Facebook, which I don't spend a lot of time on. Listen, this is how we're all, I think, around the same age. Twitter, I mean, I was on Facebook when you had to have a damn old campus email address.
College.
You had to wait till it was in your email or, was at your college. I remember when it first came to YSU, everybody was like, oh, goddamn, this is awesome. But I don't really go on there that much. But Twitter's the one I've been on for fucking ever. So I feel bad because there are definitely people that I interact with on Twitter that if I deleted my Twitter, I probably would lose touch with. Not that my life would end if that happened, but I just kind of feel guilty. Like there's like genuine friends of mine who I have made through interaction on Twitter, some of which I have met in real life and became friends with, especially when I was traveling a lot for work and things like that. I would travel a ton. I would go to a city and I would hit up a person I knew adjacently via Twitter. And I would say, hey, come into your city. What brewery should I go to? And then sometimes they would be like, let's have a beer. And then I would go meet these people and we would have a beer and we have a lot of fun. And some of them I, became genuinely good friends with. And not that I wouldn't ever talk to them again, but like, I don't know. It just makes me I feel weird about deleting it, but I really want to delete it,
Right. Yeah.
But that's really what they're preying on, I guess, right? Fall into the trap. All right, guys, not enough about my insecurities on the internet. Steve, what do you got? You got beers over there?
I got beers.
What you got?
And I don't have Gloop Glop. So you're going to be happy about me.
I'm a little suspicious of that.
I know. You can be suspicious, but it's called the UJP.
Okay.
It is brewed and canned by J. Wakefield Brewing.
Oh, Florida, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is their smoked English style porter.
No shit.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Where'd you get this thing at?
Vintage. And it may or may not have been like the last one, which is why you didn't see it when you went.
Oh, you saucy bitch. You took the last one, didn't tell me about it. How is it?
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
The smoke is actually not that harsh and not that forefront. It's actually pretty well balanced to the point that it tastes kind of like burnt toffee.
Ooh, I like that.
There's still like it like you can definitely taste a lot of the English porter notes of like toffee, brown sugar, and chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
And then like there's just a lot of smoke on it as well, but it's nowhere near as heavy as the like a Schlenkerla or anything.
Yeah.
It's just kind of, there and balanced, and it's fantastic, and I am a big fan.
I love a smoke pour. That was one of the first, actually, I think that was like one of my first all grain brews I ever did, like way back in the day. I did a smoke porter, and I went way too heavy on the smoke malt, and it tastes like a fucking ashtray, but I still drank the whole keg of it. Yeah,
because you're a man. Because you're
I'm
a straight up
grown
man.
ass boy. So I drank it up. Well, guys, like I said, it do be September, so it's full on spooky season, and I'm going just balls deep into these pumpkin ales over here. I don't give a shit.
Pumpkin.
You sons of bitches over here talking about talking shit on pumpkin ales, talking about how pumpkin ales suck. All that. Fuck that noise. I'm pumpkin ale forever. Team pumpkin ale forever. I don't give a shit. Last year, I sang the praises of not only a pumpkin ale but a Sam Adams pumpkin ale. I drank that Jacko pumpkin ale all fucking year last year. Drink it this year. I dare you. I double dog dare you to go buy a 6 or a 12 pack of that. It is under 5%. It is fucking beautifully balanced. Great spice character, great malt character, cheap, and you can crush them because I like to drink beer in quantity. See, that's the kind of guy I am. And I'm drinking this one right now called Haunted Hayride Pumpkin Ale, which you call something haunted. I mean, there's 100% chance I'm going to buy it. And it's also Masthead from Cleveland, who I genuinely love Masthead.
Mm-hmm.
They make great fucking lagers. They make great pizza too. If you've ever been there, there's so few reasons to go to downtown Cleveland.
Right.
But Masthead is one of them. Great fucking pizza, great German style, Czech style lagers, bunch of good stuff.
I'm a big fan of their single origin coffee stout.
Oh yeah, they do. There are not a lot of breweries that do as a diverse a range of styles as they do and do them pretty much across the board great. Like, I don't think I've ever had a beer from them that wasn't really good. I've had a Helles from them that was awesome. This pumpkin ale is really good, really rich, malty pumpkin ale. Otherwise, it's kind of what you're expecting. It's got cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger. It's got pumpkin in it. Anyway, back to my initial point. It's 7.3%. It's kind of a big motherfucker. So
wow.
So I'm not going to sit there and crank on these all day, but that Jacko shit, I will. I'll drink 10 of them. I don't give a shit. So there's not a lot of sessionable pumpkin ales out there. So that's why I dig on that beer.
This might be the first time you won as far as like ABV on the show, because
that's true.
My smoked porter is only 7.
Yeah,
you won by 0.3 tonight.
Yeah, I'm a 5-1 ski.
Yeah, that's stunning, because normally I'm sub 5, certainly sub 6, unless I'm drinking an Oktoberfest. So yeah, that is stunning. Steve's usually got the Zoom juice, and I'm drinking pills or Helles or something like that over here. So
that's why I like team up with Steve in the summertime, because with him it's always stout season, so we're always grabbing something crazy. So that's why I always like teaming up with him in the warm summer months, so we could just tie on some fat shit. I love it.
Steve's like, oh, it's 90 degrees out. I would like a coffee hazelnut lactose fucking milkshake stout. Yeah,
make it 2.
See, I sweet is usually not my cup of tea. I if it's well balanced, I will get on it. But yeah, man, I like stout. I'll drink stouts all year round. I maintain that a good dry Irish stout's one of the most refreshing beers in the fucking world. But not a 9% lactose fucking with fucking Twizzlers and whatever else in it.
Oh, grow up, stop drinking trash.
All right, so we got the beersies out of the way. Couple other things here. First of all, this is the time of year where we get a whole whole bunch of sumbitches coming over on here, jumping on the old bandwagon, acting like they can just pop on here, listen to the podcast whenever they fucking want to. That's bullshit. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're a bandwagon fan. Where are you in March? All right. Second of all, thank you for enjoying the show. Thank you for coming on and enjoying the show.
The show is called Halloween is Forever, not Halloween is Quarterly.
Yeah, not Halloween is just September and October. Come on, you fucking slackers. Stick around. Take your medicine. All right, but here's how it works. Every Monday, we put some spooky ooky content out there in the podcast lands. We do a Showdown episode most Mondays, but I'm sorry, a minisode most Mondays. And when we say minisode, it's still like 2 hours long. But whenever we do a Showdown episode, the first Monday of every month, what we do is we got this big old spinny ass wheel. It's got a whole bunch of topics on it, some of which our social media friends and listeners have given us, some of which Steve and I have come up with. We spin this son of a bitchin' wheel on the internet. It gives us 3 topics. We put it on the social medias, most notably Twitter and Instagram, or X and Instagram, or what did you call it? Twix and Instagram. You go out there, you vote. You get to have a say in what our Showdown topic is, either by sending us some suggestions in the DMs or whatever, or by voting, or by both. Once we have a topic, we each pick a movie or a TV show or whatever the hell is we're supposed to pick associated with that topic. Then during that Showdown, we all talk about our pick. We explain our pick. We go through why we like our pick. The other two, again, start hurling insults, start negging you. Right. So sometimes throughout the week, we'll just message each other just full on threatening promos that we'll cut just to psych each other out. Then at the end, we vote. Somebody takes home that motherfucking championship strap, that shoulder candy for the month. Last month, first time ever since we moved to a kind of slightly new format since Meg died. Meg didn't die. Just kidding. She's not dead. She's not dead. Since she became a non-regular member of the podcast crew, but stay tuned for all you Meg fans out there, for all you Megalodons. I don't know what her fan base is called.
Megalodon 3.
Stick around because she's going to come visit us soon. In any case, for since she departed from the podcast, our first guest won last month. So unfortunately, the championship strap is not at home right now. So we'll see what happens here today with Matt on the old podcast. Also, before we jump into it, one other thing, again, for those of you new to the show, or maybe you haven't listened in a while, again, fuck you, you're being a piece of shit about this. We have a Patreon now. You go to patreon.com/Halloween is Forever. I take no responsibility for any of this besides being on the show. So I'm going to let Steve tell you about all the Patreon nonsense over there.
You get on the Patreon. We got 2 tiers on the Patreon. Tier number 1, scamps. Scamps. That's the little guy tier. It's only $3. It ain't too bad. You get bonus content. Like I write some reviews that you can read. We post different. We'll post like different versions of the episodes. So like if we have, if we go a little too long, maybe you get a little extra content, or maybe we'll cut out ads when we start running ads. So you get a couple 2-3 things over there on the scamps.
Right.
Tier number 2 though is for the rascals. The rascals tier gets you everything that you want. It gets you all that stuff I just mentioned. It gets you the also I forgot you got an extra vote on the wheel if you're a scamp. But you get that as a rascal too. And you get on the Discord. You could be seeing us right now, hanging out. You could be in the chat box talking about your favorite movie.
I'm threatening to show my boobs right now. If you were here, you'd see underboob. You'd see underboob. Ooh, little nip slip there for you. You'd be seeing that if you were on that Discord.
We saw Brian's boobs and you didn't because you weren't on the Discord. Do you see how you screwed up? So now
your life is trash.
Yeah, you're missing out. Don't miss out again. Don't let it happen a second time.
Right.
Sign up now, become a rascal, see Brian's boobs, but then also get the monthly podcast, the exclusive, The Family is Forever.
So you get to see my breasts, but you also get to see me threaten suicide on a regular basis.
Yes.
Because Steve's making me watch these fucking trash movies.
You get to see Brian go through a full-on existential crisis as every month I make him watch Fast and the Furious films.
We just recorded the second one. It's going bad, guys. Again, I want to reiterate that this experience for me is not worth any amount of money. So you could take your $5, stick it up your asshole. But if you do commit, I am a man of my word. So we will continue to do these. They are actually really fun. We crack up the whole time talking about these fucking asinine movies. I will tell you where we're at. The first movie, spoiler alert, it's fucking trash. Second movie, I thought, okay, bigger budget. No, spoiler alert, it's a bigger turd. It's like somebody shit on top of a pile of shit. And now we're about to get into Tokyo Drift, which everybody assures me that this is where it gets fun.
Who assured you that? Who told you that?
Somebody on the internet told me that this is where it gets fun. And I said, fuck you. Because I don't believe you. I think it's going to be even worse than the second one. So I'm trying to keep my expectations super low. So that's where we're at, though.
Good enough. Yeah. But yeah, that Tokyo Drift episode is coming this month in September. But if you sign up now, you can get the first two. Listen to them. Be ready. Be ready to go drifting.
Be ready to go
with the Yakuza.
Yeah. Oh, see, I don't. So the nice thing about this is I know literally nothing about this franchise except for the first one I'd seen like 20 years ago or whatever.
Dude, it's awesome. The third one, Tokyo Drift, there's Godzilla, there's Yokozuna, who's also Samoan and not Japanese.
Yeah. Well, so I did guess that they battled the Yakuza, which was, again, not a big stepping out type of risk there. But I did guess that. But I otherwise literally have no idea what's going to happen in this one. So I don't want to say I'm excited because I'm the opposite of excited, but I am intrigued in a way that is slightly alarming to me, and I don't know what it says about me, and I'm considering changing my medication as a result of the way I'm feeling about it.
I haven't watched it either, but I'm going to say that you're going to have this desire to drink Monster and watch Gymkhana YouTube clips.
Gymkhana. I'd rather watch that on repeat on little screens of my eyelids than watch the second movie again. Because that's Too Fast, Too Furious was one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
Best title, though. Best title.
Well, and that's why Steve and I were saying we should have called the whole podcast maybe Too Fat, Too Furious. Because it's just Steve and I, who are neither of us are trim gentlemen, and I am so mad all the time when I'm watching these movies. And Steve just giggles and thinks it's very funny.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm more fat. He's more furious. But hey.
In defense, both of us are fat.
Yeah, and both of us are kind of mad. I'm just saying I'm more fat and you're more furious.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, so come on over, check it out on the Patreon. Again, patreon.com/Halloween's Forever. Get on over there. Support the podcast boys over here. We've had a lot of fun in the first two, and it's only going to get stupider, I would assume.
Yes. How about Matt tells us what Decayin With The Boys is do?
Oh yeah. Tell us a little bit more about that. Tell us what Yin's be doing over there.
So over in the Jojatorium, where we not only podcast, but Adam brews the delicious beers, one of which I'm drinking right now. We like to cover combat sports, and we do everything from the squared circle, WWE, AEW, New Japan Pro Wrestling, MLW, and everything in between. We'll also dive into Bellator, UFC, Pro Fighter League, and we'll do betting lines. We'll preview cards. We'll do the good, bad, and the jobber, and we'll tell you what's going on in the rumor mill and tell you what's real and what's just absolute shit with our segment when we call it going over or jobbing.
Yep.
And then the second half of the show, it's just me and Adam arguing about things that fat guys in bars will argue about. We'll find things online like the worst snacks you can see at a football party, or we just argued about beige flags and how we can make them red or green because we hate TikTok trends. And then if you dive back into our catalog, we've done things where we pit some of the most iconic horror movie icons against each other in a battle royale. And we're actually coming up on our annual Pumpkin versus German beer battle. So we pick 3 beers from a local brewery that feature the pumpkin and 3 beers that feature a German style brew. And we pit them against each other to see who reigns supreme.
Nice.
Fun.
Nice. That sounds fun. I like that. Yeah, our beer content pretty light. You know, we just talk about what the beers we're going to drink is. Yins get deep over there. So if you're listening to this podcast and you're going, oh man, they talk about wrestling a little bit. They talk about beer. Wish there was more of that. Go over and check out them boys over there on Decayin With The Boys. It's a fun podcast. Join them over in there in a Jojatori. Fellow Yinzers as well. So if you just are, if you're just a fan of Yinzer accents, if you just love that deep Yinzer culture, you're going to get it over there as well. Okay. Let's get into these fucking movies. Actually, before that, Matt, you've got to tell us what order we're going to go in. How you want to do this?
Oh, that's a big responsibility. So because I know how this usually rolls out and Steve gets more ferocious as he's on, I want Steve to go first. That way he has to sit back and listen to our movies and just be pissed. Yeah. So Steve's going first.
That's a good strategy. I've learned a little bit about, I mean, you'd think I would have learned that a lot sooner, but you know, I'm very self-centered. I'm really only thinking about what's happening with me at any one given time. But that is a good strategy.
I have the strategy of being outside the box as well. And knowing too, that when Meg would go second, she had the highest win percentage. So that means I'm going to go second because
you're crunching the numbers over here.
I'm default Meg, baby. And then Brian, of course, you're going to bring it up with the good old caboose and you're going to bring it home.
All right. I like that. I like the analytics. Bringing the analytics in here. It's
Moneyball, baby.
Moneyball. I was going to say, you're like Bobby fucking Moneyball, whatever his name was.
I'm Jonah Hill, but not a terrible person.
I don't think his name was Bobby Moneyballs, but I'm going to pretend it is. Yeah, you know the guy from Moneyballs, Bobby Moneyballs.
Bobby Moneyballs,
yeah. All right, Steve, kick us off here. Talk to us about your 80s slasher one-hit wonder. Real quick, one-hit wonder. It's just, we're just talking about movies that don't have sequels, didn't turn into a big franchise like everyone wanted their movies to turn into in the 1980s. Or didn't have remakes, that sort of thing. It's just like a standalone thing. So that's what we mean when we say one-hit wonders.
Yeah. Because I mean, both Matt and I are working with directors who obviously have like huge pedigrees in horror.
Right.
But, these films, they didn't get turned around. Opera, I can talk a little bit about is why it probably struggled. And I was finding it hard to find like a lot of history on this film. Other than just like the making of, and there's a lot of cool things in that, but it seems like Opera was released 1987 in Italy, and I couldn't really find any reviews from that time because I just can't find it. It's not online. I don't know. I don't know where to look. Can't find it. But the one criticism I found was that when it screened at Cannes, people weren't happy with the dubbing that goes on in the film. So
have they never seen any Italian horror movies?
I think they just wanted to watch it in Italian and have sucking subtitles. Because it's Cannes and they're snooty.
I was going to say, the Cannes crowd. Okay, that makes sense. But
I don't want to read. Why are you doing this to me? I want the dubbins.
Yeah,
give me the dubs.
Yeah. It's interesting because like when I think Argento and Italian horror movies, like I think of the dubbing. You know what I mean? It's like
both Fulci and Argento are just known for like making these kind of half cross productions of including, because like one of the biggest actors in opera is an Englishman,
right? So
like obviously he delivers all his lines just as his lines. So the other thing about opera that kind of held it back from reaching kind of that superstar status that maybe would have turned it into a franchise or something is that like it had a real shit rollout in America. So
interesting. The
film came out in 87. It wasn't released in America till 89, I believe. And even then, the reason why it took so long and like the release wasn't great was it was coming to VHS, and the studio that was releasing it was Orion. And at that time, Orion was going down the shitter.
Yeah.
So, and also apparently Argento refused to cut. I think it's most of like the ending epilogue in the Alps. He refused to cut that. And
well, I
so
did hear people hated that, which it is weird and jarring.
It's weird and jarring, and we can talk about whether or not it adds anything to the end of the film. But yeah, he refused to cut it, and like Orion's going in the shitter. So like, yeah, this film, it really, I'm having like trouble finding like its cultural impact of the 87, 89 era. But obviously now it's known as like one of the last great films Argento made. And it's like, especially directorial wise, The Church, which he wrote, came out a year after in 1990. And that movie fucking rules, but
it's a good one.
He didn't direct it, so but
this one was like so this was interesting in that it felt like, well, not felt, it was like borderline autobiographical, or had autobiographical elements to it, right? Because he tried to make the opera, the version of Macbeth that is being portrayed in the movie. He tried to do that. I think ultimately was successful, but like at this point it was like it had failed. He had some falling out with someone on the production side or something, but he was literally trying to make this like World War I violent horror Macbeth in real life. So, and then the character of which I'm sure we'll get to in a little more detail, but it's good to look through this lens. At least I wish I would have known this when I watched the movie. The director in the movie of the stage production was supposedly a horror movie director who had turned to the stage. So he's really he's injecting himself in the movie, which I guess answers a little bit why he didn't want to cut the last sequence. But
yeah, it's definitely like the character Marco, who is the director, portrayed by Anne Charlson, who is, the UK actor who, like, this guy has a huge pedigree before this, in that he was in Chariots of Fire and Gandhi before he was in opera. And then just going through his bio a little bit, he was really known as a stage actor and like one of the greater Shakespeare performers, in Europe. So like a lot of people had, a lot of high regard for him. So it's kind of funny that he's now playing a director of, a fucked up, Shakespearean stage, adaptation that's been turned into the opera by Verdi, that's now being translated into this World War I, surrealist fucking nightmare
with so many crows. So many crows. More crows, I dare say, than the movie The Crow.
Absolutely. Yeah. Way more crows.
Yeah. But what about the birds?
Those were not, very few of those were crows.
Yeah.
Crows are exponentially more expensive too. They're smarter. They're better at negotiating. They always get above minimum.
Yeah. They know how to say strike.
Yeah.
People don't know that about crows as much, but like they also have the ability to mimic, and they'll start saying strike if you try to, cheat them on a deal.
A murder will organize.
Yes. They'll organize a murder.
A murder.
A murder. So yeah, speaking of the crows, that's where we start the film. We start with this intense, extreme close-up on a crow's eye.
For like a long time.
Yeah, for a long time. And in the reflection of the crow's eye, you can see like the rest of the opera house. It's a really great shot. And I wish I knew how self-aware Dario Argento was of himself, because this isn't an uncommon shot for him to take. There's a film, Inferno, that he made in 1980, and it's a lot of all the stuff that you see happen with crows, save the end, happens with cats in Inferno. So it's it's been
a long time since I saw that, but I do vaguely remember the cat situation you're mentioning.
Yeah. And there's like a lot of close-up eyes of a cat. And There's also a lot of cat throwing of just like somebody off. There's people off screen throwing cats at an actress because the cats are supposed to be attacking her. And, you know, God damn it, if that doesn't happen in this film as well.
If that was a sport, I would have lettered in high school.
Yeah.
Cat throwing. Love it. Love to throw a cat.
It was a sport where I'm coming from, so I do got that letter. Jealous?
Cat throwing, possum stomping. Those were our big sports.
Snake wrangling too. That was the other one.
Snake wrangling. Yep.
Yeah, we get this wonderful extreme close up of a crow's eye, and then we begin cutting into the opera, and we're seeing it from the POV of Mara, who is the current star of Macbeth. And she is losing her shit because the crows are harassing her. She doesn't like the crows. It bothers her. She's leaving the production. She's out.
Harassed by Crows is a great album name, by the way. TM on that.
One of the greatest news headlines I've ever read was people menaced by hippos. Yeah.
They are menacing. They kill more people. This is one of my favorite dad stats. They kill more people than all big cats combined every year.
Oh yeah. It was about the terrorist organization Boko Haram. They were displacing people, and those people were displaced into hippo territories. So the hippos got mad and were menacing those people.
Hungry,
so it's like,
yeah.
I see what you did there.
Sorry.
So anyway, Mara is leaving the production, but we're seeing everything from her POV, and you have like this wonderful POV tracking shot that just comes off the stage and goes down into the pit and comes up the aisles, and like the whole time is she's running her mouth, and you have people giving her glares because obviously people are tired of working with this diva. But then you have other people chasing her down who are like so excited for her. It's like, I'm not quite sure of this guy's role within the opera, but I believe like he's the house manager of the opera itself. He's the big guy with the mustache.
Yeah.
Who's like, he's always kind of jolly and everything. And like, he's chasing her down.
He seems to be like he is the producer, I would say, or something like that.
Yeah, I took it as like he manages the opera itself, so he kind of decides like what productions go on and everything. He doesn't have a direct say in how the director operates, because like there's times where he's just kind of like left aghast by what the director is doing,
right?
And he has no way to stop it.
True, yeah.
But also he's like full of knowledge about the opera, so because like you in a following scene when he's talking to Betty. He's like, oh, you're listening to this recording? We did this in 1975. This was our production of Macbeth in 1975.
When they go into to give her the news and all that. Yeah.
So I imagine like this guy is just kind of the manager, but he's also following Mara on her way out. And as she's on her way out, you get a quick cut and she's pushed down in front of a car.
Really quick, alarmingly quick.
Yeah. It just comes out of nowhere.
It's like bang, it's like just everyone going rubble, push down, hit over, scene cut. Yeah.
Which leads us to our introduction of our heroine, Betty. And she's in bed and she's listening to Macbeth, and she gets a call on the phone, and it's a little bit of a salacious horny call of like, hey, are you ready for your big debut, Toots? Here it comes. I hope you're happy.
Yep, that's a good impression of what it is.
Yeah, and
it's what like, I call a saucy ring.
Yeah, it's a saucy ring. Yeah, it's a cold call, but it's a saucy cold call.
Yeah.
And you get a quick little shot of like somebody maybe up in her vents. And it's like, oh, somebody may or may not be watching her. Was that a shadow? What was that? Who knows? Pretty quickly, everybody breaks in and you get like another long tracking shot of like a POV. And this is pretty much the theme of the film is this film lives in POV. It loves it. But you know, it's a rather hurried push in. And you're like, oh, is she in danger? But then quickly you see that the actress is smiling and it's revealed, oh, it's her agent. And her agents come to deliver the news that now she's taking over the role of Lady Macbeth. It's her time to shine. She's not sure She doesn't know. And as she's trying to debate it, everybody else comes flooding in anyway. It's the house manager, it's the director. Everybody else is here to let her know the news. It's time for her to get it on. So
it's weird because you would think as an understudy, there's like two requirements. You got to like know the lines in your songs and all that sort of thing. And you got to want to do it.
Right.
She got the first thing down. Second one, not sure.
Not so sure.
Weird.
I think it's a combination of like, she says she feels like she's too young, but like it's just an excuse. I think it's far more about like the superstition around the play itself.
Yeah.
And the fact that now the lead actress has gone down, and she also probably knows how much of a fucking diva that lead actress is. Like like in the first 5 minutes that we're introduced to her, we're like, oh, this lady is a bitch.
Yeah, she's awful.
And that's kind of what I was like when I was watching that part. I was seeing them coming in, and I kind of voiced over it. I was like, everyone's coming going, yas, bitch, it's your turn. Because you could just see, I think all the actors around it kind of had a good idea where they were going to really have an uproarious response to it. Because I think they all secretly did not like the leading lady anyway. So it really had to bolster that confidence that she didn't have to take over as an understudy. So it was kind of a cool moment of tension.
Yeah. And it's just like this whole first kind of 10-15 minutes of the film is so many moving parts and so much chaos, because after we, just quickly though, they all leave Betty's apartment to go get her ready for her thing. And then you have a nice tracking shot through her apartment that kind of gives you more of an idea of who she is, like what she likes. And then it leads back up to that vent that we saw earlier. And there is a figure in that vent. So it's like, oh, is this her stalker? Who is this up here? We will find out later, I guess. Yeah. But all of everything leading up to this though, and then back into the opera house, it's so much movement and chaos, and Argento populates the frame with movement. Like you don't necessarily have to focus on the lead actress to know what she's going through, because everything else is hustle and bustle. Everybody has something to do.
Scenes, like the literal behind the curtain scenes, there is, I don't know, 80 to 100 people backstage just at all times, just having little mini shit fits and like just running around. It's just, if you did a cartoon of this, you would just represent backstage by just like a giant moving cloud of dust. Like that's what it feels like. It just gives you anxiety to watch.
It's a Charlie Brown fight in the back. Right. And so like Brian just said, like everybody's having their own little things going on. So like one of the best parts of this is you have Betty getting in the costume and she's celebrating with Mira. And while the two of them are like celebrating and excited, the two costuming people are like upset and they're out of control because the costume isn't fitting her right. And they're just
like,
pissed
it's
off.
on backwards. What the fuck are you doing? They're just like railing on each other. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's competing energies all over the place. And then you have like a pan to some fucking extras just smoking cigarettes, waiting for whatever they're called. Because
there's just people back there hanging out. Yeah. Like there's no reason that they need to be, stinking up the back room back there with everybody,
But all at the same time, there's also just an anxiety because so much is happening, and because we realize that Mara was pushed down by somebody in the crowd that started the movie. So now we're thinking, okay, it could be anybody in this crowd. Who's in the crowd who pushed her down?
Right.
And you get that energy from it.
Yep.
Play opens. You get a wonderful transition that happened between the vent and the opera house that just, it kind of swings and fades to black, and then it fades up and you're coming up out from underneath the conductor. And then you see like the full, grandiosity of I believe it's the Parma in Italy is where they filmed it.
Yeah. It's it's an old, beautiful, super ornate opera house.
Yeah, so you get like the whole grandness of that, and then just more POV. Some dude's hunting around. He's going up and down the stairs, being tricksy.
Just breathe on everybody.
Just breathing. And like Argento has like these wonderful kind of whip pans. Like they just whip from one thing and transition from the crazy crowd to the POV of the stalker, back and back and back.
He communicates so much with the cinematography. I mean, that's like, that is a hallmark of Argento. Like he literally is showing you, just not by explaining or anything, just by showing you with the shots, not, sans the groups. He's showing you that a killer could come and go as they please in this chaos easily. Like they could just hide in plain sight and no one would ever know.
Yeah. And that's essentially what he does. And then we get the first Black Glove putting the binoculars down up in the, what are they called? The boxes?
I was going to say the mezzanine, but it's not the mezzanine. It's where Statler and Waldorf sit, guys. You know where that is. Yeah.
Yeah. It's I forget. It's some sort of box or whatever, but yeah.
Everything I know about theaters is from the Muppets. Show.
Yeah. It all comes from the Muppets.
Yeah.
Like the whole time I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, that guy. Oh, that's like the Skeeter of this production. I get it.
Yeah. He's got the clipboard.
He's got the clipboard. He's got the headset. That's Skeeter. I get it. Okay. Keep going.
That guy's playing the music. That's the Rolf. I got it.
That's Rolf.
Come on.
But where's the Swedish chef? Borky, borky, dorky, dorky, borky.
The Swedish chef was the murderer.
Swedish chef comes at the end. She's killed in the kitchen. She doesn't have a line.
That's true.
But yeah, so killer's hanging out in the box. He's watching the show. He's lusting over Betty and her Lady Macbeth costume, and then just some fucking usher comes in. And he says, "You're not supposed to be here.
This is just for the crew, bro."
Yeah. You ain't supposed to be here. Gets his head bashed in, and then
gets his head bashed in. He gets leather faced. He gets put up on a hook.
He gets hooked. Yeah, he gets. But it's coat hook.
It's a coat hook.
It's a coat hook.
Known to be the bluntest of all hooks.
Yeah,
by design.
Well, he's got soft Italian skin.
It's like a fresh. It's like a fresh mozzarella.
Or perhaps he was Habsburgian, and that's why he's just paper thin skin.
He's so thin. If you just poke him, he bleeds.
Yeah.
No, his skin is like burrata.
Burrata. So yeah, this guy gets impaled on a coat hook, but at the same time they knock down a whole light assembly and it falls into the crowd. And just one of the funnier things is, they don't stop the show. So this immediately becomes Jaws / Death Spa of like, we can't close the opera down.
No, there has been a fire in an opera house, which is that thing that people say you can't yell fire in a crowded theater because everyone will trample each other. In this instance, they choose to go on with the show. So much so that
nobody yells fire.
No, one of the characters or somebody, I don't know if he's supposed to be a stagehand, but obviously he's an actor. This is a movie. He picks up like a flaming piece of equipment and like hands it to somebody.
That's what I was going to say. He picks it up. He picks up the flaming light rig with no gloves even.
No.
Like it would totally be hot.
Yeah.
And he
and
just
then
goes,
hands it to somebody else who takes it.
That's how you know he's truly union. His hands are all calloused up. He's just like, give me that. Put it up here.
That's the epitome of the rent is fucking due. So the show's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but, the show does go on. Everything else from there works out just perfectly fine, except for when they do restart the show. This is your first instance of throwing birds because somebody just hucks a crow right at Betty and she screams about it.
Yeah.
And I was like, is Argento making an Inferno reference to himself in the way that he threw cats at a lady? Is he...
He just loves to throw an animal. That's just that's just the thing he likes to do.
Yeah, it's like, is he self-aware or is that just how he works?
Quentin Tarantino loves feet. Argento loves just whipping an animal. Just
hucking an animal at a lady.
Yeah. That's his kink.
That's his thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, everything goes fine. And then after the show, everybody's congratulating Betty, and you still have kind of no idea of who it could be, but you get the sense of like somewhere in that crowd, so somebody's a murderer. Mm-hmm. But the last person in is like this little fresh-faced production assistant. He's like, "Oh, Betty, you're so cute. I know I'm the last one, but You give me kiss? You kiss? Little kiss?
Yeah, not creepy. Super, not at all. Normal.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that he's like 12 makes it only slightly less creepy, but it's a little much.
Yeah. He's just a fresh-faced little nothing. Like, he's the least threatening person. So honestly, I didn't suspect him at all, ever.
He was 1,000% going to die.
Yeah, he's fodder. And that's exactly what happens. He takes Betty back home. You don't see a sex scene because instead they just infer like Betty had fallen asleep.
Oh, I thought they inferred that he sucked, like he just sucked at fucking. Because doesn't he say something like that? Doesn't he say oh, I'm terrible in bed or something?
No, she says she's terrible in bed.
Oh, I was thinking he was the one who said that. Okay.
No, she says that because she has some sort of weird anxiety and she can't like get off with people, and it's probably tied to the trauma of like the dreams that she has. So like rather than giving you a sex scene, anytime Betty falls asleep, Argento shows you like this insane surrealist POV going around this weird, bizarre, broken down either theater house or castle or some shit. Like the geometry in this place is crazy, but it also exists. You know, it's not a CGI thing that they built. It
feels like a thing that was built for an Argento movie, which obviously it wasn't, but like, it just feels like it was reminiscent of, you know, the Dance Academy in Suspiria.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
where
he just knows how to find good architecture.
Room? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Why are there catacombs underneath this hospital? Well, that's just the way it was.
What is this building? You just assume, and like as a dumb American, I'm like, yeah, every building in Italy is like, a fucking castle or the 7-Eleven has a dungeon. You know, I just assume that. You can tell me that, I'll believe it.
It was 1,000 years old, and they're not going to rip up the foundation. So
right. Exactly.
Yeah, so you have 7-Eleven dungeon under, you know, and underneath that is probably some burial pit. It's all, who cares? It's goofiness over there. It's old, not new like us.
Not shiny and new.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the dream sequence always breaks down to like you're seeing the POV of the killer. He's like tying up and killing women in front of another woman, and you have no idea what any of this means.
Right.
You just got to accept it. But yeah, Betty wakes up in bed with the fresh face, you know, kid. And she's like, I'm sorry, I suck in bed. I can't get, you know, comfortable with men or whatever. And he's like, oh, I'm not offended. It's okay. You know, and it's just a really awkward, you know, scene together.
Right.
He leaves the room and she gets got, but not got. Just regular got, because the Black Hand killer comes out and ties her up and ties her to a pole. And then this is the most infamous image because it's also in the poster, but he puts little taped needles underneath her eyes.
Yeah.
And like, this is the most infamous image from this film of like the killer makes her watch, you know, everybody die around her.
Yeah. It's like there's a strip of like, it looks like medical tape that you would have like, you know, after you donate blood or you get something like that, they put the little bit of gauze and they put that tape over top of it that rips all the hair off your arm. It's like that, but then it's lined with a bunch of pins, and then that's put on her bottom eyelid so that if she was to close her eyes, it like stabs her top eyelid. It's not good. It's pretty intense.
Yeah, it stabs her top eyelid, or just would stab her in the eye even if she closed too far, I think. And just, so she has to watch everybody around her die. And that's what happens to the fresh face Page. He comes in, and boy, oh boy, he just takes the cinqueta right in the fucking mouth. And that's one of the craziest shots.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not the craziest shot in the film. It's just one of.
Yeah, it's a great shot. It's a surprising kill. And there's a lot of very realistic kills in this, like just gory, like defensive wound kills and shit that you're just like, it's very realistic. It's very effective.
Yeah, it's effective. It's unsettling. I think I think this film, in comparison to some of other Argento's films, is like the most restrained in its visual style, but also like the most realistic, like we're talking about with the way people are dispatched in this film. But like he doesn't get too deep into like the bright green and red neons too much.
Yeah, there's maybe one or two scenes.
Yeah, there's like one scene towards the end that has it. But like other than that, he's pretty reserved and everything feels kind of gritty and realistic.
And you never get the feeling that anything supernatural is happening. Right. Yeah. Which you see obviously quite often in his movies. They're either ambiguously or just flat out.
Yeah.
And this is the only one I can think of right off the top of my head. I'm sure there's more. That
I think Tenebrae might be a little more reserved as well.
It is, but there's some suggestions of some supernatural stuff, or at least like dead people talking and shit like that, right? I don't know if some mixed.
But definitely when you compare to like Suspiria and Inferno, those films are just colors all over the place. Like they love color. So
yeah.
But yeah, moving on. Betty, flees from the scene after like the killer. He sort of releases her just enough so she can free herself, but he himself can get away. She flees the scene, calls the police, and then is just wandering the streets where she's picked up by the director who happens to be in the area. Like
I'm trying not to laugh because it's so strange.
Yeah. This scene is like this scene and the next scene are like really strange because this is where you start casting doubt on the director, because it's like, why was he in the area? What is he thinking about? He obviously has some sort of affection for her, so that would have caused jealousy to know that she was sleeping with the page, but also like would cause him to have Mara pushed down, perhaps. Not necessarily he did it, but maybe he had her pushed down to get her out of the way.
Yeah.
So
they're setting him up as quite a red herring here. But the interesting thing, and I don't know if it's because you are meant to think that she thinks he's the killer, but she really buries the lead. Like she just escaped from this horrific situation where she was abducted and then the needles and then the kid gets killed and all this stuff. And then it takes quite a while for her to go, oh, by the way, guess what happened to me tonight? Like it's like wait till we get back, like, and then be like, okay, oh, by the way, this happened,
Yeah, she has one of the weirdest affects to her. Like she's definitely disturbed by people being killed in front of her, but her response is rarely what it should be.
Yeah.
Like after the event is over and she's, basically out of danger, her affect to the people around her is pretty, non-existent. She's just like, now they're dead.
Yeah. I kept wondering if this was going to be like, and I think I've seen bits and pieces of this movie before, but I really think this was my first beginning to end watch. And I found myself guessing that it was like, is it going to be some sort of like, oh, she was setting up the scenario or she was complicit in some way, obviously that's not what happens, but that's kind of, it's not what happens at all. But at the end, they kind of suggest that, not that she liked it, but that like, we'll get into it, but like she's a little nuts, right?
Yeah. Again, like it's set up and then like it's also explained once you understand, what her trauma is. So it kind of pieces together as to why she's so fucking weird. But at this point, it makes no sense as to why she's just basically in the car with the director back talking him because he's like, I don't know. He's saying some sort of misogynist shit that basically boils down to, what is it, your time of the week or whatever. And, she's like, oh, it's always that. It's always, I'm having my period, or I'm a slut, or I'm doing this or doing that. It can never be a real thing.
Beepity-boopy. Yeah.
And then cut to, they're back at her place and she's telling him, yeah, I saw a murder. And it's like, oh, yeah, I guess that's why you're upset.
You should have led with that.
Yeah, the definition of bearing the lead there, bud.
Yeah. Like it should have been the first words out of your mouth, but no, you just want to dry your hair and like back talk.
I can't think. I can't do a thing before I dry my hair.
Exactly. So, but the director leaves her, and then you get another creepy shot of like a low POV, and it's like the kid. You hear a kid's voice of like, "Don't be sad, Betty," and it's like, "What?"
Yeah.
And then moving on.
Yeah. Nothing to see here.
Yeah. Yep. Nothing to see here. Moving on. You get another short scene between the director and his girlfriend that just casts more aspersions about like how he feels about Betty and, you know, whether or not he may be putting her in danger. Oh, I forgot to mention, and it's really important.
Yeah.
Before the murderer killed the page, he also broke into the costuming room and ruined the dress. But while he's ruining the dress, birds are smart. So the crows get out. And they're like, "Hey, dude, you want to party? We're going to hang out and do crow stuff." And he's like, "Fuck you." Yeah. Yeah. He's like, "The crows are here. We're going to hang out and do crow stuff." And he's like, "Fuck that." And he kills crows with the knife. And they're like, "Oh, fuck you, dude. We're coming for you now."
Yeah. Crows hate you now. You just made a powerful enemy, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and also we have like, we met a character already that obviously becomes very important later as well.
Yeah. I mean, he was in the, he was in the dressing room during Congratulations.
Yeah.
You meet a detective and everybody just assumes he's there investigating the light fall. After that, we're back in the costuming room because they have discovered the torn up dress. So the costumer, she's going to fix Betty's dress, and Betty's just hanging out because she likes her. And the costumer finds a piece of jewelry on the dress. Mm-hmm. This is the one thing I feel like they didn't follow through with well enough. Just because like there's a date and there's a supposed link to Betty. They just never explained it. Or maybe I missed it.
The jewelry?
Yeah, the piece of jewelry that is on the dress. Because it holds significance.
Something to do with her past?
Yeah, it has something to do with her past, but they just never spell it out, is what it is. Is what I'm saying. I
can't remember, but yeah, I that's all I remember about it. It has something to do with her past and her trauma. If her dad gave it to her or something.
Either her dad or her mom, or like it's linked to her past, and like her past is linked to the killer, is what this amounts to. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you get another setup of like the costumer goes to find an eyeglass to look at what's inscribed on the piece of jewelry. While she's gone, Betty gets got again, and she gets put in a glass case with her fucking eye needles again. Yeah. And the costumer comes back and she catches an iron right in the back.
Yeah, just whips it at her butt, just throws a whole iron right at her butt.
And now here's the thing: this is a late '80s butt, so there's not a lot of cushion back there.
Flat butt, yeah.
Flat butt,
long and flat. That's how we like to get to these. Long and flat.
If she had a BBL, she would have reflected it, and she would have been fine. She would have got away. It would have bounced. Yeah, but nope. She just had long back.
It hit straight pelvic bone.
It went right into her spine, hit her right in the nerve, and she went down.
Yeah, she went down like a sack of bricks.
Yeah. The killer just decides he's going to stab her with shears, and that's fucking horrific. Oof. And while he's stabbing her with shears, she swallows the jewelry.
Yeah. Damn it. Now I'm trying to remember. I'm stuck on this idea of what happened with the jewelry. Where did it come from? I'll remember. But yeah, she swallowed, which is a bold move. The costume woman might be my favorite character in the whole thing.
Yeah, she's nice
because she's just like she is what I call, and this is a term of endearment. My wife and I call each other so all the time. Is she's a shitty bitch.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Me and my wife call each other all the time. We're like, oh, you shitty bitch. Like when somebody does something like smart assy, and she's just a great shitty bitch.
Like this movie's filmed in Italy, but like she would absolutely fit in the Bronx.
Yes. Yeah.
Like if she was in a Spike Lee movie giving somebody lip, you could be, it would make total sense. You know, she's just somebody who does her job and mouths off to people and nobody can tell her what to do. She's a good character.
But she's good.
Yeah. She swallows the jewelry, and this leads to some more disturbing, scissor work. He puts the scissors in her mouth to try get it. Can't get it. Reaches in her mouth. Extended mandible claw time.
Mr. Sacco comes out.
Yeah, can't get it. And so he cuts her chest open like a fucking chicken.
Yeah,
with the
like her
shears.
esophagus or something. Yeah,
it just pulls it out of her chest, and it's the sound design is so brutal because you see you see the scissors and they're closing, but you don't really see them cutting any flesh or anything. You just see the scissors closing, and it's the sound design that is just brutal. And just again, I'm thinking about how you use scissors on chicken.
Yeah.
To cut out the spine so you can spatchcock it.
Some good sharp poultry shears are an invaluable tool in the kitchen, guys. Yeah. Kitchen tips with Brian for this week, real quick.
Just spatchcocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say that word again real slow, though,
Let me lick my lips, get them all wet first.
But yeah, once again, Betty is slightly freed just enough so she can get out of there. One of my favorite lines from the costumer is while she's talking to Betty, she's running down the director. And she's talking about how like his background in film and everything. And she goes, yeah, I don't know. He just OD'd on weird.
Great line.
Yeah. So, and the other great parts of this scene is one, as the killer approaches Betty, the camera has like this weird heartbeat effect going on as his heart starts to race as he like approaches her. And the other is when she's in the case, he comes up to her and is like showing off the piece of jewelry again at her face. And the POV is from behind the pins on the tape. And like they even have like a camera shutter effect for the camera shutter to like open and close.
Yeah, it's like POV and like, Friday Night Lights where you're behind the the face mask of the football helmet, but instead it's just pins that are going to, jab into your eyes.
So, yeah, pretty wonderful camera work. Again, it's just all throughout the entire film. From here, they decide to finally give a police detail, even though they're still going on with the show. The opera must go on.
Right.
And I think it's like the first time I saw this film, I thought it was going to come down to like the director gets killed and then they still go on with the show, is what I thought, like where this was going.
I could see
like,
that, yeah.
We never closed the beach. But you get this kind of weird cat and mouse thing where they give Betty a cop and then she never looks at his face because she's a doof.
Yeah.
Her friend Mira comes over, who Mira is also like her agent, I believe.
Right.
But also they're just good friends. And like Mira comes over for support and Mira says, oh, the cop, he's downstairs. And Betty's like, no, the cop's over here in my room, and, having a smoke. And SpaghettiOs, they go to check on him and he's not there. What's happening?
This is the best scene. This is the best scene in the movie, in my opinion, too.
Yeah, it is the best scene. But it's just kind of like a little cat and mouse. Mira and Betty go find a knife, and then they hide in another room, and they're looking through the keyhole, and they see the cop leave. So they're like, oh, okay, it's empty now. Cop comes back, and Mira's looking through the keyhole, and she's like, show me identification. Show me who you are. And he like pulls out like this little badge and he's like, this is me. And she's like, you could have got that anywhere. You could have found that.
You asked me to show it to you.
Yeah, you asked for it. Like, yeah. And she's like,
but
show me your face.
Good instinct.
Yeah, good instincts. But then she's like, show me your face. Show me your face. And then he's like showing her a gun. And he's like, yeah, you could have bought that anywhere. That doesn't mean anything to me. And he's like, show me your face. And then probably the greatest shot in the film.
Oh, it's such a cool shot.
he puts the gun to the peephole of the door and pulls the trigger, and it goes right into the barrel. Like, I'm trying to think of another movie that did this. Like, you see it,
Steve,
you see it a lot now.
I know a movie that does this. It's called Fast and the Furious, where they shoot through the whole thing and they see the nitrous igniting and all that stuff.
I meant with a gun.
I know.
I meant with a gun.
Crank. That's the one you're thinking of.
Oh, yes, that movie, Crank. That other Argento classic.
Yes.
I said before this, not after this.
All right, fine.
Fast and the Furious steals from Argento.
I thought we were talking about classics here. Crank, Too Fast, Too Furious. What else do we have?
It's so the coolest part. They not only do they just, because they could have easily, and it would have still been impactful, just done the like, because what's her name, Mira or whatever. She's putting her eye up to the peephole on the inside, and they could have just been like, oh, bullet, her head blows out the back, but instead they cut to like a little miniature inside the peephole shot. Yeah, you're inside the peephole and you see the bullet travel, and then they cut back out to a more or less wide, and it's the way they set it up is that you see both ends of the bullet. So they have a squib go off that shoots forward onto the door, as well as a squib that shoots backwards off the back of her head. So you get splatter both ways. And then it's just like this slowed down, horrific scream as she gets shot right in the fucking head. It is the most insane shot. And then they cut to the bullet ricocheting and shooting the phone that Betty was trying to call the police on. Well, and it's like, it's to have that commitment to the realism, because, if you think about this, even though the door is only a couple inches thick, for him to shoot through the peephole, which a peephole, I don't know. I'm not trying to get technical here, but the width of the bullet versus that peephole, I'll buy it, whatever. But for him to have to shoot so perfectly straight that it wouldn't hit any of the sides, and then to go through, like, is just such a, I don't know. It just makes for a really cool effect. Like, I think 99% of directors would have just been like, we're not going to show the bullet inside the door between the two, lenses on the peephole.
Right.
But it's a really cool shot. And just like the amount of time it had to take to set up that little, like I said, that it feels like it's a split second. But of the bullet traveling through the door. It had to be so complicated, and it was a fraction of a second.
I was going to say that this is definitely my favorite scene for the movie as well, because we're thinking about the time frame too. This is the 80s, where you didn't have CGI, you didn't have all those things that kind of help you along with an image like this. So you had to, like you said, Brian, break it down very simplistically for a practical effect to really get it across on the screen. Did a great job on this, and the squib work was phenomenal. I loved it. This right here is the pinnacle of the movie for me, scene wise.
Yeah. It's right neck and neck for me, just because it's not the final scene, but like the next to final scene in the opera with the crows flying around. And just, I know the rig they built for that scene. So like, it's just, both are technically impressive. And like Brian was saying, like, most directors wouldn't think to do one shot like this. Argento has so many overcomplicated artistic things in this film. Like all the long tracking POV shots, so much Steadicam work in this film. Like nobody does this shit anymore.
Yeah.
Like,
they're terrified to,
I'll say Ty West does it, and you're not giving enough credit. So go back and watch Ty West.
Listen, Dario Argento didn't have drones, bro.
Yeah.
He just had train tracks and cranes, and he did have a Steadicam, but
Right. Yeah, they had Steadicam, but I mean, like, there's definitely still films today that do like amazing set pieces. Like John Wick 4 is all set pieces. Like that film is fantastic. But like for the most part, everybody's pretty lazy nowadays. They just want to shoot flat and go, good enough. Are you excited?
Guys, I'm currently watching Pumpkinhead 4 in the background. You can't see.
Sick.
And I can attest to it to not every movie does these things. And Pumpkinhead 4 certainly does not.
Pumpkinhead 4 does not do Argento things.
Spoiler alert on Pumpkinhead 4, not Argento level cinematography.
And that's what they tuned in for, ladies and gentlemen. Pumpkinhead 4.
Showdown over. Now we talk Pumpkinhead 4.
Yeah. I'm going to tag that. I'm going to tag in Pumpkinhead 4 here.
But Mira gets blasted, and then the cop, he's also the real actual cop. He's revealed to be dead, stabbed in the guts. And this is where we get a reveal of the kid that we've been seeing, sort of, and we've been hearing creepy kidness around, is actually just her neighbor hanging out in the vents like fucking Newt from Aliens.
So strange. This movie in the third act just takes some big swings, which I appreciate. But
it's one of, like, again, is how self-aware is Argento to, like, all of that time he spent building up some weird, possibly supernatural kid element that, like, haunts her, house or whatever, is actually just the neighbor and who likes to hear her sing. Like, it's such a funny thing. It was just like, oh yeah, it's just a neighbor who likes to hear her sing, and, like, now they're on escape. Like, come through the vents with me. And it's like, oh, okay. And then it ends as unceremoniously as the reveal. Like, the reveal that the kid is not a danger, or the vents are not a danger, because the kid's like, okay, here's my house. And then the kid's mom's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then just hits her. And
it felt to me like it was Argento kind of, I don't know, I guess taking the piss out of the genre that he helped to create a little bit.
Right.
But it was clever.
Yeah, he's done so much, in giallo films that, like, now he can kind of play with his own.
Yeah, he has earned being irreverent, I guess. Right,
exactly.
Yeah.
He can be irreverent with his own material, and I think that's what he's doing here. Betty is basically kicked out of the apartment, but, like, she didn't want to be there anyway. She escapes back to the opera house because that's all she knows, and the director's there, and this is basically the final kind of show off between the two of them, and, like, you get the reveal that, okay, the director's on her side because he's all in. He's like, I got a plan. And boy, oh boy, does that plan pay off, because he just lets her go to sleep, and he says, get ready for the next performance because we're going on. And in the performance, he makes his plan come to fruition, which is he flies the entire bird cage through the back of the set and crashes onto the stage. And the funniest thing is that the bird handler is in the cage with the birds.
Yeah.
Like, he's not part of the stage play at all.
Yeah.
He's wearing jeans. He's not even wearing show blacks. He's wearing jeans and a fucking work shirt.
He's wearing some fine Italian dungarees.
Yeah.
It was like a job placement program, put him in there, and he's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is part of my parole.
Right. I have to do this. I'm the Birdman of Alcatraz. It's a new play.
I got it.
So weird.
But the Maurizio the bird trainer, he kicks the door open, freeing the birds into the audience. And this is the plan. Because the birds attacked the killer before, they're still going to know who he is. And birds hold a fucking grudge.
And crows especially.
Especially
like crows are crazy smart.
Yeah. They will either give you gifts or they will peck your eyes. One of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, which that's your choice to make with the crows.
More people. This is a little bit of a tangent here, but people are terrified of spiders, right? People are scared to death of bats,
right,
and rats and snakes and things like that.
Yeah,
most of those things, especially bats, spiders, all those things, very useful, very very valuable creatures. They do a lot to keep pests away and stuff like that. More people need to be scared of crows.
Agreed.
People do not be given enough credit. A snake, a spider, they are not going to plan things out and then execute a plan later.
Sure.
Crows can do that.
But also, you can't befriend the other animals you mentioned.
That's probably true.
Like, you can just be on the good side of crows. Just don't be a shitheel, and crows will be your friend. They'll bring you little bottle cap gifts, and you go, hey, thank you, crow.
Yeah. Otherwise, they bring you Brandon Lee, and he kicks the shit out of you. So
yeah.
Don't bring up Brandon Lee when we've been talking about squibs, guys. It's insensitive.
My bad. Too soon. I apologize.
You either get bottle caps or retribution. Those are your choices with the crows. But like
A or B.
A snake or a spider is just always going to bite you.
Yeah.
Like there's never
not snakes. They can be nice. Come on.
They can be docile when they're not hungry. Is what it is.
Hungry or not threatened. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But these crows are out. One of them takes flight and is just basically surveying the crowd. Mm-hmm. But this is like one of the coolest fucking shots in the movie, in a movie full of cool shots, because they built this insane spinning helicopter rig and hung it from the ceiling of a famous Italian opera house that's been around forever. Mm. And it spins around and lowers at the crowd. And it's like, it's fantastic. Everybody was in danger. It was great.
Do you think like any person who worked on that rig now is like, when they found out about drones, were so pissed off?
Yeah.
Like that would have took 10 minutes. That takes 10 minutes with a drone.
Right.
We took 10 weeks to build and set up and execute this, and some 14-year-old would have done it in 10 minutes with a drone right now.
Right. And like, it's obvious that they did multiple takes with this spinning death contraption, because some of the shots have like crow's feet in them. Some of the shots have crow's wings flapping in them, and some of the shots are empty. So they did at least 3 takes of spinning helicopter death at an audience lowered from a ceiling. And that is fucking filmmaking, and that rules.
Well, you know, who was it that got that obviously Landis.
Yeah, John Landis.
John Landis was responsible ultimately for people's deaths on a scene. You know, I think an adult and a child, and, you know, doing a helicopter scene on a set. And it just makes you think, like, how many directors, certainly Dario Argento among them, could easily have John Landis something. Like, he would absolutely has put so many people in danger.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
He just got away with it.
Yeah. That's the thing, is like, if you don't kill everybody, it fucking rules. When you kill people, things go bad, and you have a bad name.
People get mad. It's like
people get mad, and then your son is Max Landis, and everybody hates you for that too.
Well, then it's just like, it's incentivizing people to make bad decisions, because 99 times out of 100, it's going to work fine and nobody's going to be mad.
Right.
But that one time out of 100 or one time out of 1,000 that it goes poorly, now you're an asshole. Mm-hmm. But only if it goes poorly. Not
only if it goes poorly.
Only if it goes poorly. So, you know, the odds are on your side. So just do it.
Right. Yeah. Just go for it. Yeah. Yeah. Like, how many takes do you need?
Ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Yes.
Basically is what this school of directing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it paid off. So, because we're talking about the movie now, nobody's mad.
Talking about how great it is. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the bird, you know, the circling bird finds his target, and, you know, the birds start attacking, and you're still not sure who it is, because like now the crowd's upset, the birds are upset. It's a whole lot of chaos and confusion. And then you get a close up of the birds pecking an eye out, and you go, oh, Jesus. Birds don't fuck around. Crows don't fuck around.
Yeah, but that was like, why didn't they do that at first when he was destroying the dress and fucking with them the first time? He killed one of them with a knife right off the bat. Then he stayed there for a long time. Yeah. And they were like, they didn't get a chance to congregate as a murder and figure out what they're going to do, I guess.
Right. Well,
because you would have thought they would have attacked him right away when he was first killing them, and they were just almost standing there like fucking sitting ducks, you know?
Yeah, but they didn't know not friend yet. You know what I'm saying? Like it took them a little bit, and now the message has traveled. Now all the crows are on board.
They thought maybe that one crow was just playing dead, but
Right.
then after a few hours, they're like, no, he's dead.
Yeah, they're like, oh no, they're not playing. Like they weren't having fun. He hit him with a knife. He hit 2 more with a knife. Because I mean, at the end of that scene, they're all congregated by the door to go
That's
get
true.
him.
They are already talking. They are already been chatting, and they're gonna fuck him up.
They're congregated at the door. It's just like birds can't door. They don't know how to handle it. So
that's a t-shirt. Birds can't door.
Birds can't door.
They can't. That's true. They can't.
Yeah.
They're facts. Big facts.
Big facts. But yeah, the birds are attacking the guy, pull his eyeball out, and it's revealed that it was the cop that we've been introduced to multiple times throughout the movie that is supposedly, you know, kind of the savior, and he's doing all the investigating. But no, he's out to kill, and now he just pulls a gun and just starts shooting wildly.
Yeah, just popping off everywhere in the theater. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and it's funny because Betty and the director are having a moment of celebrating because the director's plan worked. And they're like, we got him. We did it. And then he pulls a gun and shoots at her. She goes, oh no. Just runs away. Another great shot of just like chaos in the theater. And there are 2 crows, you know, hopping around seats, and they're fighting over the eyeball, you know, amidst like broken pearl necklaces and everything. They're just pulling eyeball between each other.
Yeah. And you get a good eyeball, you know, that's like kind of an iconic still image from this movie is the eyeball in the crow's beak.
Yeah. The killer, Detective Allen, he chases down Betty in her dressing room, knocks out the director, drags her to a more secluded area of the opera house, and like blindfolds her because he doesn't want her to see him all fucked up because he's all mangled now. And he puts a gun in her hand and basically tries to get her to shoot him while he also sets the room on fire.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
As he's doing this, though, he explains that he knew Betty's mother, and the dreams that we've been seeing this entire time is Betty remembering that the killer and his mom and her mom were in a relationship together, and her mom used to finger blast herself while he killed other women.
Yeah. Her mom was not cool.
Oh, that old chestnut.
Not at all.
Just absolutely just blasting the bean to some death.
Listen, I don't like to kink shame. You know me. But not cool.
Not cool.
Betty's mom.
This one's too much.
Yeah, it's too
You've
much.
crossed the
You've gone
line,
too far.
Betty's mom. You've crossed the line.
So Betty pulls the trigger, and then the match drops, the fire starts, and
by the way, matches go out when you drop them. I don't care what you matches go out when you drop them. I've tried to we tried so many times I used to love to watch Mythbusters, all right? And in college, we watched a lot of Mythbusters, and they did that one episode about flicking the cigarette onto the gasoline and lighting like a trail of gasoline, like in a movie. And we tried it at home, in our house in college, out behind the house. We were able to get it to light with a cigarette. Like if you just happened to land on the cherry 1 time out of 10, it would actually hit and it could light and it could ignite. Match, it don't work. Match goes out, guys.
Well, because you got to use the magic, man. You got to be in Italy and you have to say that's a spicy meatball and then flick the match.
A spicy Italian match. Yeah.
It's Primavera, wherever the fuck they say.
You got to go.
Actually, I was just going to be more offensive.
I don't know.
I was just going to be more offensive and say Italians have a natural grease that keep the matches a little slicked up.
If the match is wrapped in a pepperoni.
You got a good
lick it.
prosciutto. I need a good prosciutto.
A good gabagoo. I got it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That solves a lot of it. It's in Italy. It's an Italian match. So it's all greasy. Gotcha.
Yeah. They are mad now.
Listen, they can't be. We've made way more fun of Irish people. So Italians still pretty far down on the list.
Oh no, don't show up at my house or bring me pasta. Shit.
I love it, a meatball hoagie. Don't get mad at us.
I'm down for it.
Yeah. Betty frees herself by shooting her chair and then escapes out the door. Everybody else is waiting for her, and they break down the door, and it seems like everything's going good. We cut to the Swiss Alps, where she is now shacked up with the director. He is filming a weird fly film, which in this scene, like I've seen opera before Nope. But now watching opera after Nope, I can only think of that weird cinematographer character who just wants to film like animals attacking each other and shit like that.
Yes.
Nature is metal.
Yeah.
I forgot about that fucking character. Who was he played by? He was like, it was a pretty... It was. I want to say it was a big name guy, but anyway, that's beside the point. But
it's a big name guy. And actually,
totally forgot about that character.
Vin Diesel, bringing it back to Too Fast, Too Furious, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
No. It's better. It's better. I believe he is the bad guy of The Crow.
No.
I believe.
Nope. Hold on. I'm gonna.
Did you bring this full circle, Steve?
It's Michael Wincott, plays Antlers Holst.
Yeah.
He is a Canadian actor. He is in The Crow. He is, in fact, in The Crow, and he plays Top Dollar in The Crow.
Yep. He's the bad guy of The Crow.
That's it.
Wow.
That's endgame shit right there.
Wow. that is a web that you have weaved, my friend.
I do that. It's how I rolls.
I'm so tangled. I'm so tangled.
Yeah.
Just saying, Jordan Peele also appreciates opera as a really good film. You can't vote against Jordan Peele.
Watch me.
But yeah, there's this scene isn't as strong as it could be. There's an exposition news report to say that the fucking killer didn't die in the fire. It was a trick, and he's on the run, but everybody's hunting him. You see some dogs running outside. You don't know why, and you hear the Swedish chef get killed in the kitchen.
Oh, Borky, bork,
Swedish
bork,
chef,
bork, 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 bork.
Swedish chef in the kitchen with the rubber chicken.
Right.
Yeah.
The director discovers it. He leans out the window to let Betty know she's outside, and she starts running. And just visually, I really like this of her. This is basically The Sound of Music.
I swear to God, it's the same fucking obviously the backdrop, it's the fucking Swiss Alps, like whatever.
Right.
But it is almost looks like a shot for shot remake for a quick second.
Yeah. It looks so visually close to The Sound of Music, but she's being chased by a killer, and it's like cheesy 80s thrash metal instead of a musical. And it's just so funny.
Yeah.
Again, that makes me question, like, how aware is Dario Argento of what he's doing? Because it's so visually funny.
Yeah.
And
it's
I know
so
I can
strange. It works in other places. It doesn't work here, but he does that because, it's a movie about opera. It's a class, it's the soundtrack, and you get, did Goblin do this?
So there's actually the pedigree on the music of this film is pretty impressive, actually. So Claudio Simonetti from Goblin is on the soundtrack.
Goblin, not Goblin proper, but Claudio Simonetti is Goblin for most.
Yeah. He's part of it. You also have Brian Eno.
Oh, geez. Okay.
He did, I believe, the majority of like the ambient sound. And then you also have Bill Wyman, who you may or may not recognize the name, but he was like the original bassist of the Rolling Stones up to like 92. Oh,
okay.
And then the thrash metal band is just kind of like a band that they found. Like it was just.
Oh, really? It wasn't
it's
actual tracks.
No. It was like a band working under a pseudonym. So they gave him the pseudonym of Steel Grave, and it's like, but they were never famous in any way.
Steel Grave.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's awesome or sucks super bad. I'm not sure yet.
It's just a pseudonym, so it doesn't matter.
I know. I was like, well, first when you said Steel Grave, it's like, oh shit, Steel Grave. And then I was like, Steel Grave? Like I just couldn't decide. It was very tough.
Well, I think you said Steel Grave because you were thinking Grave 45, the people who did the Return of the Living Dead soundtrack.
I think I was thinking Michael Graves, the shitty racist alt-right now lead singer of the shitty version of the Misfits that didn't have Glenn Danzig in it.
Danzig.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still like Dust to Dust off Famous Monsters.
There's a couple songs in Famous Monsters. We all get it.
It's a couple
Michael
tracks.
Graves sucks ass and he's the worst.
Yeah, they're bad people. It separates the art from the artist.
Yeah, it's acting like I'm like sitting here talking like about him like he's an asshole. When literally every person who ever played in the band, with maybe the exception of Doyle, he seems like a kind of okay guy. But he's probably an asshole.
Yeah, I think Doyle's kind of an okay guy. I know his girlfriend is like incredibly progressive Canadian vegan. So he can't be that much of a shitbag.
No. She'd probably tell him to fuck off if he was. But like Jerry Only, isn't he like super religious, right wing or some shit?
Yeah, Jerry Only basically just took on the same views as Danzig of like, we're old now and we hate everything that's not what we understand.
Yeah, we're some form of libertarian, which just means we're old and selfish.
Right.
Yeah.
But we like to do drugs.
Yeah.
Doyle always looked like he like didn't catch the right elevator. In every single picture, he just looked like, I was supposed to grab the south elevators, but I'm at the north. How do I get to the south elevators?
Yeah, I've listened to interviews of him, and he's literally just flexing.
Yeah.
Like as an old man now,
yeah.
He's just flexing in the interviews, and he just seems dumb as a box of fucking rocks. And he's a terrible musician, but like amongst the rest of the Misfits, I mean, like you don't see a lot of like robo interviews. I don't know, he might be an okay guy, but like as far as the long standing or more, Doyle seems like the most digestible of the band. Anyway, I don't know how we got on the Misfits, but
yeah. Talking about
we were talking about the soundtrack. So that's when I thought it was like it was jarring. It was jarring in all of the kills, but it was especially jarring in the Sound of Music kill.
Yeah. I mean, it was meant to be jarring because you're making a film with all this beautiful architecture and everything. And so like when it's time to kill people, it's time to put on something fucking more metally. This probably would have benefited like a soundtrack update. Don't remake the film, but like just update the soundtrack with like, I don't know, something like Black Dahlia Murder or something much more along the lines of Cannibal Corpse. That's just
Drowning Pool.
Yeah.
Papa Roach. Oh, yeah.
Put a drowning pool, put saliva over there.
God.
Click, click, boom. And she's running through the Alps.
The edit I have to make now of her running through the Alps with bodies hit the floor.
Yeah. Ooh, wah.
No, dude, can you do like what POD is like, welcome to the South Town? Which is
or actually just go completely different direction and just over her running with come my lady, come.
Oh God. No crazy town. So yeah, she the killer catches her and like tries to convince her of like, oh, your mother was this and that, and the director tries to save the day. He gets fucking stabbed to death, and she tries to play along of like, you're right, I wanted you to win the entire time. I'm just like my mother. This gets me wet.
Yeah. And it seems like a child trying to like, I mean, she's trying to trick him, obviously.
Right.
But it just is so weird. She's such a weird, weird jilted performance.
Yeah. Yeah. She's a weird person. they like start walking off into the sunset, and then she hits him with a rock. You know,
she just brains him. That's it.
Yeah, just hits him with a rock.
Yeah.
The police show up, and like the police are crazy.
Why are the police? Where were the police at? That they just were like they're in this isolated area in the Alps, and then
they were following him. Like,
oh, they were following him. Right.
Yeah, because the dogs.
It was a big
the dogs we
manhunt.
saw.
I totally forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, the dogs we see at the beginning of the scene were police dogs, and they're hunting him down.
Yeah.
So
and he's nearby. Yeah. It's a weird setting. Like, it could just be back at his apartment. Why does it have to be in the Alps? Like,
I don't know. I think he just like, it's one of those things where like Argento probably got obsessed with this idea of filming in the Alps and like putting heavy metal over, you know, the Alps and like doing this juxtaposition to the sound of music. He just got obsessed with it and then just wouldn't let it go.
Yeah, it's called flexing nuts, dude. That's exactly what he did. He's like, Alps metal, post it.
Well, there was a lot of weird production stuff I read in this movie. Like, they had to switch a lot of stuff up because originally the person who was going to play the kind of prima donna singer at the beginning, it was supposed to be some other like notable actress.
Okay.
But then production like ran long and they only had her for a certain amount of days. And then once it was up, she was like, fuck you, I'm out. I can't stay any longer. I have another commitment. So they had to like completely rewrite and reshoot that, or because they hadn't even shot her yet.
Right.
So they had to completely switch it. And that's why they moved it into the whole POV thing for her.
Yeah, because you never see that actress's face, which I think it works as like throwing another red herring, because you only ever see from her POV, which is like you're seeing from the killer's POV. So she could have been the killer faking an accident.
Right.
And then, or just mad that she got into the accident and was replaced. You know, and then
would you go as far as to say he turned the lemon into lemonade?
Limoncello.
Limoncello, baby.
That's what he did. He made the most of that for sure. It didn't feel like a plan B.
Right. Yeah. Because you never see her face, and it's just this shitty diva that is never, you know, on camera fully. Like you see a scene of her with her foot up in a cast being shitty at the TV.
Well, and it's funny because I almost thought, this sounds stupid, but like I kept thinking it was going to be something about like going back to her mother, who is going to be the killer or responsible for the killer or have some deeper connection with the killer than just like I knew her or whatever. And so I kept thinking it was like almost like a Psycho thing where, you know, the mom, you never see her because she's in, you know, she doesn't actually exist. She's been long dead. Not that they could have done that with that character because everyone saw that character, but I was just waiting for some sort of twisty thing that tied back to the fact that you never saw the prima donna.
Yeah. You never get it, but now you know. Once you read the behind the scenes, you know why, because it wasn't meant to be that way. But other than that, it just killer's taken away, and she just rolls around in the grass because she's a fucking
she's
weirdo,
like smelling flowers and talking about how she likes. She's like, I didn't write the line down, but it's something like, "Oh, I'm not like other girls. I like flowers and bugs." And you're like, no, you're not like other girls. You're fucking nuts. You're super weird and creepy.
She has a total mental breakdown, but she mental breakdowns into normie core. Like she doesn't go off the rails. She goes right on the rails of like, I just want to laugh and touch bugs and smell flowers. Hooray. Hooray me.
Yeah, that's a pretty
Nobody's
convenient way to
dead
go
and
crazy.
I don't care.
Yeah. Real weird ending, guys. One other thing that I read, and I don't know if this is 100% true, but you know, I kind of went down a rabbit hole of the whole like Macbeth being a cursed production, you know? And I was like, what, you know, did anything happen in this one? And I guess the guy who played the director, aka like the guy who played Dario Argento's character based on himself,
right,
ended up getting AIDS from this shoot because he like had some sort of accident and it required an extended hospital stay, and he had to he ended up contracting AIDS from like a dirty needle or tainted blood or something in the hospital, and then he died of AIDS a few years later.
Oh, see, I didn't
When in Italy.
I didn't read it as I didn't read it as that he had died from an accident he had on set or while shooting the movie. I thought it was just that he had already had AIDS and died shortly after the film.
Oh, I read that it was he had contracted it in. Now, who knows? That might have been the Hollywood story they told. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I read it as it was as a result of an extended hospital stay from like an injury or illness or something. I should have wrote it down. That he got on set.
Mm. Yeah, I didn't read that, so I just read it that he had gotten it and then died shortly after the film, because he died in 1989 or died in 1990, so the film would have been out for a while.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it seems far fetched now.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, here's my thing for this movie. I like this movie. It's Dario Argento. The cinematography is great. The performances are. The main actress is weird. I don't love her performance, but you don't come to these movies for the performance, right? You don't watch a Dario Argento movie necessarily for an amazing performance. There's certainly ones that are, but that's not really why you watch for the storytelling, the weird cinematography, the sound design, Goblin, all that sick shit. The last, pretty much everything after the crows finding the killer in the crowd and pecking his eyes out should just have gone away. Everything after that.
Well, I mean, I think you're safe at ending just like shooting him and he dies in the fire.
That could have been fine.
Yeah.
That would have been second best. So best case scenario, ended after eyes poking, pecked out. Okay, you want to go a little bit longer? Fine. Ended after that. I
just think you need to go just a little bit longer because he needs to explain why he's bothering her so much.
He could, but they could have done that before then. They could have suggested that this person knew is her mother, and that could have been explained earlier. Or they could have just done it a little bit after that and been like, oh, you knew your mom. Now that would have maybe felt a little cheap. You probably would have set it up before then. But the other thing I will argue I did not like about this movie is the person that ended up being the killer felt like one of those hey, it was actually that guy that we met 2 hours ago that you met for 2 seconds that you don't even remember his name. Remember that guy? Oh, he's the killer. You know what I mean? That's like out of left field things that you're like, really?
Yeah, I would argue maybe one more scene with him might have helped. But
it would. It's just more with him would have helped because you didn't. They didn't leave you a ton of breadcrumbs. Not that you need it spoon fed to you, but if you're going to have it be somebody who's not a main character, you need to develop why it's that person a little bit more.
Yeah. So
or add some, maybe add some, a little bit of suspicion around him and then remove that suspicion, red herring him, then reverse it, something, but just like make us at least think about that character. Because if we're not even thinking about that guy, see when I first watched, when he first comes into the dressing room, I was like, oh, this motherfucker's the killer. Like I remember saying that to myself. I was like, it's either the dorky little guy, but then I was like, he's too cute. He's too naive. He's going to die. So it's either he's the killer, right? But then I was like, well, that would seem they're not showing him enough. So I think it's going to be they're just going to set him up as a red herring. So I was like, okay, I think it's going to be it's going to be the main character. Her turning around, it's going to be her or her mom or her thinking she's her mom or something. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But then when it's just like some random Joe Blow that happened to have a weird relationship and her mom flicked her bean to him killing people, I was like, how would we have ever been able to piece that together? It just felt like it came out of left field, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to piece it together because of the backstory, but like in that same scene where he introduces himself in the dressing room, you get the one hint of like, oh, he's there to investigate the lights, but like that just happened. So he got there pretty quick.
Yeah.
Also, there's a shot of looking out of the dressing room into the crowd, and some of the crowd is paying attention, some of the crowd is not, but he is very directly like spiking the camera, looking at it as if he's looking directly at Betty. So that's a pretty good
didn't notice
indicator. That. Yeah, that's a pretty good indicator. And then you do have the scene where she goes to the cop shop and he's there to meet her, and like he pretty quickly just cuts her off from interacting with anybody else, and is also very quick to notice abrasions that she's trying to hide because he knows she has them. He put them there more or less.
Yeah.
So
I thought it was going to be she's setting him up, or the director, screenwriter, whoever is setting him up as the killer so that he can be a red herring. And then ultimately he's going to be the one that draws, to attention the fact that it is her or her mom or, whatever.
Right. Yeah. And it also just might have been left as ambiguous as it was because maybe Argento himself wasn't decided on whether or not it was the cop or the director. So, maybe because
he
until
left it ambiguous for a while.
Yeah.
And then,
up until, the final confrontation with the crows and everything, up until that plan comes to fruition, it could have been the director,
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I guess it could have been.
Yeah. Matt, do you have any things that need to be shot down? Bad ideas?
No, I mean, if I wanted to watch Scream 3, I would just watch Scream 3. I mean, it's, I don't know. I don't know if I need all the cinematography of Argento to appreciate Scream 3, but I mean,
yeah, of course, because you're a bigger David Arquette fan. That's all.
I am a huge Arquette fan. But to go,
I'm a big Jackie from Roseanne fan.
Hell yeah, dude.
That's Scream 2,
that's
Brian.
Scream 2. Damn it, that's Scream 2. Never mind.
You're out. So, but
I'll shut up forever.
I do like the idea of probably having some more exposition, even if it's ambiguous, to point more towards splitting the idea between the director and the police officer, because especially too, there's a grand opportunity when the kid was going through the vents, and if she would have been like, oh, I'm going to report this, and that police officer could have been like, oh yeah, he has to be careful in those vents because even though it connects these two apartments, it goes to like directly to the boiler from this point or something like that. Like, well, why would he know that unless he got in there himself? It's like something like that.
Give us a little bit of something so it doesn't feel like such a blindside.
But then again, too, I understand why you would want to leave it as wide open as you could, because Argento does like to throw mini swerves and also to develop the story as it progresses. Like Suspiria kind of does that too. They kind of leave you guessing to a certain point where they make the definitive cut and you actually understand exactly what's going on. So I was also waiting for that to happen, and I wanted a little bit more. I'm also American and stupid, and I want to be spoon fed a little bit more. So I guess I'm just not ready for, I don't want to think, I guess, at that point.
Not trying to interpret things.
Yeah. Tell me what's happening so I can go, ooh, I knew the whole time.
I want a movie like Pieces where it has everything spelled out directly for me, like a police procedural.
Listen, this is a very different movie than Pieces. This is a classic Steve pick, a snooty. I'm a film. I have a film degree pick. It's kind of boring at parts. The cinematography is tremendous. You can't argue that. The filmmaking aspect of it is great. And everything else is secondary. That's a Steve pick. Steve is this. Listen, the cinematography is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it's great.
Unarguable.
It's fucking boring.
It's not boring.
There were large stretches that were boring. And It's doesn't care about the audience or whether the audience is having fun.
Well, it's not supposed to have fun. It's murder, Brian. You're not supposed to be sitting in your seat having fun at murder, at the death of others.
I just watched The Ghost and Mr. Chicken. Murder and calm? Do calm and murder go together? I just watched on Saturday. Anyway, yes, classic Steve pick. Fuck the audience. Fuck if it's fun to watch. It's sound filmmaking that above all else. So that's my take. I thought it's a lovely, lovely movie otherwise. All right. So that was Dario Argento's opera from 1987, which brings us to Matt. Let's hear what you bring into the party here on this here Showdown.
Oh, when I come to the party, I bring the shocker. That's what I bring to the party.
Yeah. That's what everyone says. They call around. Text thread gets going. They said, who's bringing the potato salad? Who's bringing a dessert? Who's bringing the shocker?
And I instantly text back, me, like in capital letters, me.
Yeah.
So,
dibs.
So this is a wonderfully schlocky trope from 1989. It is rated R, thank goodness, because I wouldn't bring some PG-13 bullshit to Halloween is Forever. You will also find this thing renamed, of course, Wes Craven Shocker, because surprisingly, by what I just said, it is directed and written by Wes Craven. So this was back in October of 1989, and it was actually pitted against one of the terrible sequels from the Nightmare on Elm Street that Wes Craven wasn't a part of. So, if you go back and for our intro horror heads, that Wes Craven had his play in the first Nightmare on Elm Street, but after that he was pulled back until he's back in like the third or fourth film, I believe.
Yeah, I think he had Dream. So Dream Warriors is the fourth, which is awesome. Which I don't know if he had something to do with it or not. I don't remember because I believe
Dream Warriors is the third, isn't it?
I thought it was fourth.
Because my understanding, he didn't come back until it was Wes Craven's New Nightmare is when he came back.
Yeah, which was after, because then it was Dream Child, which I think Dream Child would have been the one going up against this. Yeah. Isn't Dream Child right after Dream Warriors?
No, because I think Dream Warriors is 3.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was getting mixed up.
Yeah.
Dream Warriors
I'm pretty
is
sure
3.
I can't remember what 4 is because it's not.
Yeah.
The Dream Master. Dream Master is 4.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's forgettable. I think Dream Child would have been up against this in 89, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and it also played up against Who's Talking 2 in its third weekend. And it unfortunately sat second behind it because it's not critically known as a fantastic movie. It still sits at 27% at Rotten Tomatoes. However, it is known widely as a cult classic. And most notably here, we're seeing the likes of Michael Murphy, Peter Berg, Camille Cooper, and Horace Pinker, but Mitch Pileggi. Mitch Pileggi hasn't played other horror villains, but he did have a great run on the X-Files. And Peter Berg went on to be a pretty extraordinary indie director. And he took over the early 2000s when it came to commercials. So there was something to be gained from this movie.
This was like
whitewash Peter Berg in front of this crowd. He is the reason why we still have to deal with Mark Wahlberg films.
I didn't want to bring it up. But you did.
I hate me some Mark Wahlberg, even though I did talk about The Happening recently and picked a scene from The Happening to discuss. Mark Wahlberg sucks. Let's keep that. Yeah. Mark Wahlberg and Paul Walker are really. I wish they were in that car together. I'm just kidding. Whoa. Sorry, guys. Went a little far on that one.
That sounds like an edit.
Went a little far on that one.
Brian, pump the brakes. Unlike Paul Walker.
Oh, God. I hate Mark Wahlberg.
That's a zinger.
Mark Wahlberg sucks so much. Yeah. So I did not. You have to explain though, Steve, because I don't know his connection to Mark Wahlberg.
Okay, so Peter Berg does have some pretty decent films under his belt. Like, I don't hate everything that he's done, but he also indulges Mark Wahlberg in Mark Wahlberg fantasies of he directed the Deepwater Horizon film where Mark Wahlberg thought he was going to save that entire fucking oil rig.
Oh, that was the one where he was trying to he probably started that out as he wanted to retcon, the 9/11 where he's on the plane and he saves everybody.
Yeah, no, they definitely have. He probably absolutely for sure pitched that film to Peter Berg, and they probably almost made it. They did the Boston Marathon instead of 9/11 is what they did.
Oh, I'm going to save everybody. If there were just Mark Wahlberg, like his whole thing is, I just wish there was more Mark Wahlbergs in the world. That's his whole thing. I just wish more people would like me, and then we could stop all the terrorism. Yeah. Such a fucking douchebag. I hate his guts.
Yeah. So that's Peter Berg. He also directed the Battleship film.
Yeah.
He directed
I
Battleship.
refuse to see that, but I heard, it has a reputation of being just unwatchable.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I watched it.
But I will give him, it seems like he's on a return upswing he directed the new Netflix series Painkiller, which is all about how fucking opium has been flooded into America via Vicodin. And in that one pharma family, the Purdue family or whatever. So like he did the Netflix kind of expose dramatization of that story.
Oh yeah, didn't it have like Kevin Costner or something? It had like some big name. It had
Broderick.
Matthew Broderick, yes, the Kevin Costner of
comedy.
I don't know.
Well, they missed the mark too with the title of that documentary.
He never misses the mark.
Never misses the mark. They could just called it Florida for the
Florida the movie.
Yeah.
Florida West Virginia.
I was gonna say, or West Virginia the movie. Yeah.
Boone County, baby. So the reason why this movie is significant too is that this was Wes Craven's dive into Alive Films, which was a horror franchise-based production company owned by Alice Cooper's manager, which is why in a lot of these Alive films you're going to see cameos from Alice Cooper, and also too they have kick-ass soundtracks.
Yeah,
this
Prince
one
of Darkness
is
Prince of Darkness was an Alive film, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steve and I are big Prince of Darkness fans.
Yeah. So, and then too, for Shocker, we saw tons of great music in this one as well. So you're looking at the likes of course, Iggy Pop, Megadeth, Bonfire, Soraya, Dudes of Wrath, Voodoo X, Dead On. I mean, these are incredible bands that contributed to one of the coolest soundtracks you could have had in the late 80s, especially when it came to something that Wes Craven was doing, because more commonly you saw these 80s slasher films have more of the orchestra-based, concert-based soundtracks to build suspension. But this movie actually utilized hair metal, baby. So it was pretty cool.
It has a cool soundtrack. There's a lot of good. There's some bangers in this movie.
Yeah. And then Alive Films also, their idea was to punch out low cost horror films, but they gave directors the benefit of having full control. So this kind of played back into Wes Craven, who has gone on record to say, creating Freddy was very liberating for him creatively, but it didn't pay the bills. He didn't really make a lot of money off the Nightmare on Elm Street series. So when he initially created Shocker, it had a rating of X, and he had to submit 13 very significant submissions to get it to reach the final rating of R. And this is where the cult desires come into this thing, because there's a rabid fan base for Shocker, believe it or not, and they want the unedited version where apparently there's lots of finger biting, and apparently people really like that shit. So I appreciate people who are cult fans of very niche movies.
of the cult fan bases I want to hang out with, I don't know that Shocker Gang are necessarily the ones I want to hang out with, but I'm expecting a lot of like super edgelord, 28-year-old white dudes, that kind of there's a very specific crowd that I would expect are super into Shocker.
Yeah, I'm 37, sir. Thank you very much. You can take that. But you can get not the unrated version, but you can get a version of it with some of the extra splatter in it from Shout Factory, who bought the distribution rights, and they had a Blu-ray come out in September of 2015. So there's some of those edits that were put back into the original cut. And then last but not least, this movie Shocker is the direct influence for an Xbox Gold game called The Suffering. If you guys haven't played it, one of the best survival horror games that the Xbox had on its premiere port.
That sounds familiar. Yeah, wasn't that one of those games that kind of like what was the one that was like for PlayStation 1 that had a huge amount of controversy around it? It was called like
are you thinking of Thrill Kill?
Yeah, but wasn't this like the spiritual sequel to Thrill Kill or something?
I think it was made by the same developer, but Thrill Kill was like a 4-on-4 fighting game. Whereas The Suffering is actually just kind of more straight along the lines of like, a survival horror, but like you got monster powers and shit and you're in jail.
You had some more loose RPG upgradable attributes that you can kind of add as you go through the game. I loved it. And it had multiple endings too. So they actually used the Horace Pinker character in it. And it the same backgrounds there. Like he had a family, he may have killed him, he not have killed him. And depending on the choices you make throughout the game, that's the kind of ending you get. So it was kind of cool to see that. So
did they explain what the fuck comes out of the TV?
No one ever explains. I like to believe it's a Rolling Stones album that comes out of the TV and just gives them a little right on the lips and says, I'm with you now. But before you even get to the lips coming out of the TV, you got to let everybody know who you think's going to be the main protagonist in this thing. And it's just an endless array of people being brought up to be knocked down. And we start off with Lieutenant Don Parker. So he's on the opening credits where there's an endless manhunt for a serial killer that's terrorizing a small town, a suburban town. And the big thing about this is that the murders are gruesome. It's full families, and the murderer leaves absolutely zero trace for the police to build a case on. Of course, we come to find out that later on down the road that there's no way that should have happened because of the significant limp that Horace Pinker has. But that comes into play as we get through about, the first quarter of the movie. But the credits go by way too quick, and it cuts directly to Jonathan Parker. Everyone calls him Johnny. He is the epitome of the 1980s All-American football star. He wants to be in the record books, and it's him in practice, and it's a complete parody of itself. So he and another guy that he befriends named Rhino, they're lining up against each other, and all Rhino can talk about is how much tail John gets while he can't catch a goddamn football to save his life. And he keeps staring. So John keeps staring over at his girlfriend, Allison, who at the onset looks so different from everybody else. I think Wes Craven did that on purpose, where everybody around her was like dark hair, dark eyes, dark clothing. And she was almost like ethereal when she was standing there to begin with. Very like light behind and blonde hair just wisping in the wind. And these beautiful blue eyes.
This is our beautiful Aryan angel. You have to pay attention to her.
Yeah.
The other cool thing that happened too is that you got to see Johnny get CTE in real time, because leading up to where we start to get introduced to the killer, he runs full force into the goalpost like a dum-dum, gets plowed out. And his coach allows him, and I don't know if you guys played football when you were growing up, but the coach was like kind of empathetic with him. Like, hey, man, I know you're staring at pussy, so we can kind of forgive the fact that you slammed your head against a goalpost. Why don't you go ahead on over there and chill out?
Go have a seat. Go take, why don't you sit a play out there, bud?
So as he goes over,
we're doing
Allison,
comedy bits. We're doing comedy bits because he goes over a table after this.
Yeah.
So as he goes over, he clearly has a concussion, probably level 3. He should go to the hospital, but his coach is like, nah, man, you go hug that girl. You'll be fine. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, listen.
Knocks over an entire table of Gatorade.
I did play football, although it was not in 1989. It was in the early 2000s. And even in the early 2000s, giving yourself CTE was pretty cool. Like it was a pretty cool thing to do. It ruled. They would be like, here, you guys line up 10 yards apart. You two, like 200-pound, 18-year-olds now run at each other head first from 10 yards, 15 yards away. And we're going to all get boners.
Yeah.
And then you'd go, back to the locker room with your ears ringing. With a minor concussion and just be like, that was sick. Great day of practice. And the coach would be like, yeah, you guys really fucking killed it out there.
Yeah. Now get in the shower.
Meanwhile, I have CTE 100%. Yeah.
There's a reason why I
looks
watch
like Swiss cheese. Yeah.
There's a reason why I watch horror movies and laugh at the gore, because I've hit my head too many times.
Yeah. I have what doctors called back then poo brains.
Are we also supposed to assume that his head injury gave him superpowers?
Whoa,
like to
easy
have
tiger.
To have a telekinetic connection with his father?
I like to believe that it was always dormant and the goalpost just woke it up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's how I took it. It just rattled something just loose enough for the powers to get in there. That's how I took it.
Yeah, it's like that last grain of sand in your pocket. You just got to shake it a little bit more and it comes out.
Yeah.
So after he completely concusses himself and tries to remember who Allison is, it looks like they're going on a walk together. And he's like, whoa, this looks like my childhood street. Like, well, why the hell are you walking there? It's the complete opposite direction of where you actually live. Allison disappears. And he sees a van outside of what he identifies as his child home. And it says Pinker's TV repair on this shitty windowless free candy van. So then for some reason, Johnny decides, well, now I got to go in the house because who the hell gets their TV repaired this late at night? And upon entry, he finds his foster brother dead in the entryway with his fingers completely severed off of his hand. And you have to remember, it's the pinky, the ring, and the middle finger, because he will later use that to identify that he can dream about this stuff and prove to his dad that he's not lying. But as he continues on through the house and he ascends the stairs, he can hear his foster mother screaming for help. So when he goes into the upstairs room, he can see his foster mother protecting his younger foster sister. And there's our killer for the first time in full view, Horace Pinker, with a Rambo-sized knife, and he is just talking reckless shit. And that's what
he is. Reckless. He spits some shit. Horace does.
He really does.
Great. Here's what Horace is good at: swearing.
Yes.
Grade A level, like he's platinum level swearer.
Loves to do a cuss.
Loves to do some cussing.
He's the first guy that's used peckerhead and didn't make me laugh.
Yeah, peckerhead, dickhead. I really think more people should call each other dickheads. I think it's a really funny insult. Calls people dickheads. If you're gonna swear, you gotta like do it with some like viscera coming out. Like he spits when he says it. You know?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He says it with his chest.
Mm-hmm.
He really brings it out.
Yeah.
So somehow in this fever dream, Pinker can see Johnny in the dream realm, turns to Johnny and asks him if he wants to watch as he murders his beloved family. And that's when Johnny leaps forward and dives through Pinker. you know, bad effects right there. But we understand what he's trying to do. And he wakes up next to Allison, who, for some reason, even though they're chaste with each other, they haven't gone all the way, even though they've been together for a while. She stayed overnight in the same bed. Very respectful. Very respectful.
They've been together for over a year and they ain't boned.
No, dude.
Like, it's a lot. Isn't also she in the bathtub while he's having bad dreams?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is like a nightmare reference because now the girlfriend's in the bathtub.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of nightmare references. One may say that this is Nightmare on Elm Street part, 2.0.
This is Nightmare on Side Story.
Yeah.
This movie's actually 3 movies in one, but I don't want to spoil what the other 2 movies are yet. But it's a nightmare film and it's 2 other films, and I'll reveal them later on. Keep listening.
Now I'm going to guess what they are.
I also say it's a mashup of 2 films, but it also incorporates Wes Craven smoking doinks with his executive producer and pitching it to him. So.
Yeah.
I have a note about that.
Yeah.
So, of course, the phone rings next to Allison. She picks it up, and it is Lieutenant Parker telling Johnny what he already comes to know from his dream, that his entire foster family is dead, aside from his foster father, who lives on to investigate the crimes and try to find this mysterious serial killer. So the story is very... There's 2 halves to this movie. In the first half of this movie, it's very gritty. It's much akin to a good old-fashioned, straightforward 1980s slasher. But then it gets into some goof-ass shit in the second half. And this is where we start to crest into goof-ass shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because after the funeral where they bury the foster mother and all the foster siblings, Johnny and his father go to a bar where he orders a Diet Coke. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Don't understand that
together.
one. Yeah. Come on, Johnny, grow up. But Johnny tells his dad, or tries to tell his dad, that he can dream about the murders, and the dad just not believing him, has a huge blow up and runs out of the bar, and Johnny follows and he goes, I'm telling you, I can see it because my brother lost these 3 fingers in the foyer. It was this one, and this one. And that's the only thing the dad needed to hear to be like, by God, this boy can dream murders.
Yeah, that's it. Not I saw a picture, not I read a thing that said that, not I talked to a person who saw it. It's literally, you're right. You have telepathic capabilities. Yeah.
You're a magic boy.
Yeah. No
Papa,
other.
I hit my head.
There's no more reasonable conclusion that I can come to. It might be the Diet Coke talking, but I can't think of anything more reasonable.
By the way, in 1989, the dad threw down a $5 bill to pay for 2 fingers of Jack Daniels and Diet Coke. I'm just saying that's a pretty good deal.
Big tipper.
Yeah. Good
Uncle
tip.
Uncle Pennybags over here.
Yeah. It's a cop bar. Got to tip well.
Got to. So then this is where the fun begins, because of course Johnny's able to talk his dad into going to the Pinker TV repair shop because, my brubby lost his 3 fingers. So as they show up, one cop, Pastore, who we'll see later on, goes, we can't enter. We don't have a warrant, like good cops would say. But the lieutenant here decides that they're just actually responding to a breaking and entering call, so they don't need a warrant, and they proceed to kick the door in.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I like to say the murderin begins.
Right.
Because at this point, we've seen a dream sequence murder and some like vignettes in the opening credits where you're not too sure of how significant the brutality will be from Horace Pinker. But about 3 minutes in, we see the first responding officer going around a corner by himself to light up a cigarette and not pay attention to a goddamn thing, despite the fact they're trying to go after a serial murderer. And Horace Pinker is also known to build mazes because he has a false wall that he's able to pull back and bring the officer in to then absolutely mutilate him. And instead of actually...
I can't fault the cop for not expecting a Scooby-Doo trap.
Yeah, you got to be ready for anything. I get it, but yeah, that's tough.
All I'm saying is when you walk in and you're like, hey, what are we going in here for? And they don't say we're trying to rescue a kitten from a tree. You should probably be a little more focused on going into a depraved TV repair shop.
Got to keep my head on a swivel. There might be a Scooby-Doo.
Get your head in the game, Pulaski.
Every cop walks in and goes, all right, I got to be careful. If I pull a candlestick, the whole mantle might spin around on me.
He just hears like in the background. Like, oh, fuck, here it is. So Pinker, being the intelligent serial killer that he is, knows he has to use home field advantage to overcome the numbers. So the cop that he murders, he then takes the uniform off him, which magically fits very well. Horace Pinker looks like $1 million in this cop's outfit. So, I mean, that was just good eyeing up right there. Mm-hmm. But when he comes out, he's able to get the jump on roughly 5 different officers. And instead of looking him in the eye as he comes around the corner, they look at his feet, which even looking at his feet, you would see that he walked up to you with the worst limp anybody can possibly have. And they didn't question that at all. They just said, okay, that's the guy that went in that didn't have a limp, who is about 50 pounds lighter, but he's good. We're fine. And that's where you see one of the most gruesome post-death corpses of this movie, where there's a police officer just flayed out across a squad car, and he has the handcuffs opened up to show the teeth, and it's jammed into his jugular, and he has the old like Ringu face with his mouth wide open, and
he's all like twisted and cartoonish and shit.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I love it because it's so over the top, and it kind of lets the audience know, like, all right, this movie's about to get absolutely nuts. It's not going to make sense. It
goes from this, like, you think it's going to be this super gritty, I don't know, crime drama type of thing, to just fucking Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
Fast.
Yeah. Because in the beginning, I haven't seen this film before. So watching it, I was like, okay, I assume at some point he gets electric powers. But, like, is it in the vein of Silence of the Lambs, which it kind of is? It's, closer to that in the beginning than it not. But then it goes fucking batshit cartoon time. And the first hint is this cop splayed out with his goof ass face on. And it's just like, okay, that's kind of weird. Like,
it reminded me of Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
The way he was, like, I immediately thought of that's how a toon dies in Toontown.
Yeah. This film is a successive number of mounting red flags of somebody's substance abuse.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I love it so much. And that's why this movie, whenever I was posed with, you have to pick an 80s slasher that nobody else has made a sequel to or recreated, I was like, I instantly knew it was this one because it's so fucking weird. Because it carries on from here, and I actually labeled this part of my notes a birthday surprise, because this is where it all goes just absolute bonkers. So, of course, the drop off on Pinker forces him into hiding. So they don't even show where he's at, but he's in some kind of like high-rise set of apartments. But somehow he has a fully furnished apartment with a radio that has probably the most dog shit reporter on there who doxes Johnny.
Yeah, I did. I didn't realize that. That's how silly that is.
They're like, hey, before we didn't know anything about this guy, but, Johnny that lives over on 123 Pleasant Street absolutely ID'd Horace Pinker, and he was able to give the police all this information, and Johnny's a football star, and basically, here's his birth date and social security number.
Yeah.
One, this is adult contemporary pianist John Tesh. Be aware of that. two, he also announces
basketball. Gimme the rock because I'm gonna dunk it.
He also announces that Johnny did all this through dreams.
Yes.
If you said that shit on the news, anything outside of Newsmax or OAN, you would be laughed at completely. Like, he identified a killer through his dreams. Are you fucking joking me right now?
Yeah, it becomes, Coast to Coast AM or something like that. All this.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Art, long time listener, first time caller. I just want to let you know I saw a serial killer in my dreams. He took my brother's fingers.
Yeah, I was able to identify him and convince my dad that I knew about dream murders.
So, of course, after Pinker hears exactly where to go and exactly what time, he most certainly shows up and waits for Johnny to leave for football practice at the behest of Allison, who is taking a seductress bath in the bathroom, and Johnny could not be bothered. He wanted to lay in his recliner and do pull-ups or whatever the hell he was doing over there. But he did give Allison the heart necklace that comes into play throughout the film, despite the fact that nobody can keep their goddamn hands on it. But once Johnny leaves, roughly 2 minutes after, Horace enters the house and absolutely destroys Allison, leaving her in a bathtub full of her own bath water and blood, which sounds disgusting, but hey, that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
So, of course, because this movie has now gone to goof troop levels, Johnny is at football practice where the coach, who's the only coach that I can see, gets called away from practice and nobody gives a shit, to take a phone call to then come back and only to tell Johnny, you need to go home. Why, coach? Why should I go home? Oh, you just need to go home. Coach is a dick. He didn't give any kind of warning. This
reminded me so much of quick anecdote, a quick story. When I was a kid, I was on a rope swing up in the woods with my friends, and I fell off and rolled down this big hill, and a stick jammed through my cheek and into my mouth. Like, it literally was going like through my cheek and into my mouth. And I pulled it out, and it was gushing blood everywhere. I had to get like stitches on like both inside and outside. It was gross. We were like maybe 200 yards from my friend's house. I went down to my friend's house, didn't know what to do, knocked on the door. I was like 10 years old, knocked on the door and was like, hey, can you, I don't know what to do. I'm a child and I'm severely injured. And my friend's super stoned dad just goes, you should go home. So I rode my bike like 3 miles home with a giant hole in my face, and this just reminded me of that so much. He was just like, bad stuff's happening, just go home. I don't want to deal with it.
Party's over, you gotta leave.
You gotta go home. You're gonna be a real downer to everyone here.
He's like, but I still have to go run into the field goal post though. Can you give me a second to go? I need to dream. But when he gets there, it's also a continued failure on the police, because this is the second time now they just let this guy get onto a crime scene. He just gets to go right in and just absolutely screw up an investigation.
Yeah.
Of course, he sees Allison in the bathtub full of bath water and blood, and he vows to bring Pinker to justice. But this is where they got to find more lambs for the slaughter pretty much. And we've seen throughout the first couple scenes here that Johnny relies heavily on his football teammates, so that camaraderie is there. So that like half of them are going to get slaughtered. So of course Johnny picks Rhino, who's the guy he was lining up against at the practice at the onset of the movie here. And there's an idea that they share together where they'll sit in the car together at the football field. Johnny goes to sleep, and once he starts to convulse, Rhino's supposed to wake him up because Johnny will figure out where Pinker is. And that's exactly how it played out. So Johnny goes to bed. He has a convulsion after seeing Pinker start to accost a family in another apartment, where he's telling a mother that he's going to kill her and then kill her child. The mother, of course, is screaming out, please don't kill my baby. Johnny, in the dream state, jumps into the building and it goes up the stairs on the landing and confronts Pinker when they have a brief conversation where there's lots of cussing, of course. And that's when Johnny has a full-blown seizure, and somehow Rhino's able to bring him out of a deep REM sleep and what appears to be an aneurysm. And that's when Johnny goes, it basically has like a Keanu Reeves, I know Kung Fu moment. And I know exactly where he is. So he wakes up from a concussion-induced seizure, and he just instantly starts the car and starts driving towards the address that he saw in his dream, because this worked out before, it's going to work out again. So upon arrival, they are met by Lieutenant Parker and a whole squadron of cops, because they've been watching Johnny closely, because of course this dream child just knows where to find the murderers, so we better tail him. They try to hold
dream child, eh?
Yeah, see what I did there? And so when they try to enter the building, they're stopped. And of course, Pastore is the officer that we keep seeing that's trying to hold Johnny and Rhino back. Johnny just leans into Rhino. He's like, you know what to do. And Rhino runs Pastore over. So Johnny and Rhino come flying into the house. And of course, it's the exact scene that Johnny saw in the dream. And then at that point, everyone's accosting Pinker, who somehow is able to break away up the stairs while everyone just stares at the steps going like, steps are a new concept. Do I go up them, forwards or sideways? Do I run? Do I walk? They're the slowest moving cops.
There's a bunch of us here. Who goes first?
So as they continue to have like a puzzling moment, Horace is of course getting a huge head start, but that's okay, because it leads to a rooftop showdown that is reminiscent of Jason Takes Manhattan between Johnny and Pinker, because Pinker is able to skip across two of the building complexes, but he pulls away the walkway. So Johnny has to take a running start, with Rhino saying, there's no way you're going to do that. But the movie has to be made. So of course, Johnny gets across the gap, lands, and they get into a decent brawl. But you can definitely tell that Johnny's completely outmatched by the muscle and the desire to get away from Pinker. And just as Pinker's about to just absolutely shove that huge Rambo blade right into the rib cage of Johnny, he gets stopped by the police. And this is the most unbelievable part of the movie to me. Not the supernatural powers we're going to get into.
I would say not the single most.
This is it right here.
All right.
Hear me out. This guy has killed over 30 people. He walked across a ladder in between a 30-foot drop. He knows that he has this connection with a guy psychically. He knows that if he gets caught, he's most likely going to die. And he gave up so easily. He didn't fight at all. The cops are all there and he's like, this is it. Okay, guys, I know I've done some bad stuff, but it's time for me to go. I appreciate it.
You got me.
It's all because he has a plan B, Matt. He knows the TV devil.
He's exactly. That's what I was going to say. This is just all part of his plan.
Yeah.
What would have been nice about that, though, is if we would have saw more of the black magic and the dark arts throughout the movie to let you know that was going to happen next. Because as a 12-year-old who watches for the first time, I was just going, but why would you stop? Why wouldn't you just fight?
Well, look, I said the same thing at 30 plus, and I said, well, why wouldn't he just kill him? But there's more to be revealed. He knows the TV devil. He has a deeper link with Johnny. There's a whole lot more. And now I get the psychology of why he just gave up.
I'm glad I could lead you down that path. It was all a trick. I'm glad. So another criticism that I have of the movie, but also makes it kind of endearing, is that these little like bridging scenes that they put in between climactic situations. So most notably here, we see that big fight transpires between Johnny and Pinker. And then Johnny just has another moment to dream where Allison gives him the heart necklace, really kind of just like poorly Lego pieced in there, but you need it because it's exposition for later on down. So at this point, again, my notes are labeled awesome. I put in here, Pinker becomes supernatural, because much as we're taking this downward spiral, this is where it gets real off the chain. So Pinker is literally making a deal with the devil in the TV in his jail cell while he awaits the electric chair. He has been fast tracked for the death penalty. And it's kind of a cool setup where he had a full black candle array around himself with a TV mounted on the ceiling. And he was able to get jumper cables to come out the back where he's being electrocuted and he's begging the TV, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. And that's where we see what we can only assume to be some kind of demonic entity come out of the TV and tell him that I'm going to give it to you, baby, and shoot directly into his chest.
Yeah, there's this weird subgenre, which usually happened more in the early 80s and the late 80s, of essentially like nuclear age sci-fi, except for substitute nuclear or, you know, Halley's Comet or something for TV. And then we did it again in the like late 90s, early 2000s, where we just substituted TV for the internet.
Yes.
And this was kind of late for this. Like, I think of like Videodrome and stuff like that, where it's like, you know, oh boy, there's a bunch of other. What's the other one? With
the hop between this and internet is VR with Lawnmower Man.
Oh, Lawnmower Man. Yeah, there you go. Like, I was going to say TerraVision too had a similar thing.
Oh yeah, TerraVision.
Where it would be, you know, oh, we don't entirely know the limitations of this technology, so let's make it magic.
Not only do we not know, but we know our audience knows less.
Right.
So
yeah, but this
fuck them.
This was a little late for that. Like,
yeah,
you know, we pretty much had a pretty good handle on TV in 1989.
Yeah. So it's at this point, like, the Pinker gets the devil powers, and then they go to probably the coolest shot in the film of this one take that's circling the electric chair, and you see everybody's getting into place and they're playing No More Mr. Nice Guy.
It's awesome.
It's fucking awesome. But also, this is where I wrote the note. Did Wes Craven have a cocaine problem?
Oh, he did. 100%. Yeah, he was freebasing.
Is this a good time, Steve, for me to guess what the 3 movies are that you said this makes up? Or am I too early?
Not yet.
Okay,
no.
okay.
Let's wait. I'll reveal another one after he gets his powers.
Okay, I have 3 movies written down. One of them is, of course, Nightmare on Elm Street, but there's 2 other ones.
Yeah.
So
go on, Matt.
Before we get to that incredible scene, there is one of the best practical effects in the movie too here, where when Pinker gets shocked, the guards have a duty to try to, you know, make sure they can resuscitate him because they want to kill him. They don't want him to kill himself because they feel like they're going to get fired if he dies on their watch. So one of the guards goes to give him CPR and gives him, I think it's his 3rd breath. When he goes down, Pinker grabs on or bites into his bottom lip, and then you can see the guard pull away, and it's perfectly done, pulling away the bottom lip and the blood just starting to pour down, and the exposed teeth and the stretching. There was one of the coolest shots in the movie, and then it leads into the next shot, which you said absolutely spot on. They show just the grittiness of the area where the electric chair is, and juxtapose that with No More Mr. Nice Guy, knowing they're going to bring this guy in who clearly has wanton disregard for anything and everything that's alive, because he just bit off the fingers of a guard and bit the bottom lip off a guard and took an ass whooping, and he's still talking shit when they bring him in.
Yeah. This was the most like maximum overdrive moment that I could think of, because you have the 80s rock over something that should be like horrific and upsetting, but it's done in such a stylized way. And it's just like, yeah, right now Wes Craven is on his Stephen King shit.
Yep.
He is fucking gacked out of his mind. He's like, this fucking rules.
That's one of the 2 movies I've written down in addition to Nightmare on Elm Street.
So this is where we see one of the big reveals, other than the fact that Pinker does practice the black arts, the dark arts, that he said during his ability to give his last words that I used to beat your mama real good until you shot me in the knee. Like father, like son, you had murder in your eyes. So you get to know, if you didn't already guess it, that Johnny is Horace Pinker's son. And that the reason why he was a foster child is because, of course, Horace Pinker is not a good father.
Yeah. You hear this is the only thing about making it of announcing it early that it's his foster family is you pretty much knew.
Yeah.
Immediately. As soon as you heard the word foster, you were like, oh, he's the killer's son.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's like, because they made it a very big point to be like, your foster sister, your foster brother.
Yeah, not your sister, not your brother. And then later you learn foster. No, they kept calling it out. You're like, oh, he's the killer's son. Got it.
Yeah. And also, too, at one point, he's like, he called Lieutenant Parker, like, you've always been like a dad to me. Instead of like, you are my dad.
And he calls him Dawn a lot, too. So, like, it's I'm not too bothered with the fact that they're just revealing it now. It is wild that we're 40 minutes into this movie before he gets his shocker powers.
Yes.
Like, that's crazy. And also the movie is almost 2 hours long.
Yes.
That's a lot. There's a lot. And then you're telling me there's longer cuts of this film? Jesus.
This is Maximum Overdrive. This is him. You were 1,000% right. I have it written down. I didn't put down Stephen King, but I put Maximum Overdrive, drugs and ego shit.
Yeah.
This is Wes Craven's, drugs and ego shit.
And I wasn't even... Maximum Overdrive isn't the film I think this is built out of. I just think Wes Craven's in the same mindset.
Well,
that
that's
Stephen
why
King
I put
was.
it down. Yeah, I basically was like, this was him, but instead of him going, I can direct. Everyone else has fucked up all my movies as a, so if everybody's going to dick up all my movies when they do their directing, I'll just do my own directing. Instead, it was him going, I'm more than Freddy. I'm Wes Craven. I'm the second best horror writer in the world right now. I can figure this out, and also drugs.
And drugs. And also all the old cars that are in this film are just him giving the finger to John Carpenter. He's like, fuck you, and fuck Christine, and fuck Stephen King.
Yeah,
and
fuck Stephen King. Yeah. If you think that in 1989, Wes Craven didn't have such a hard-on for Stephen King, you're nuts. And Stephen King was like, even, kind of had it made it a point to like talk about how great Wes Craven was. Like he would do that back in the day, but they both are very ego driven. You knew there was a lot of competition between the two of them.
Yeah. He's just fucking ripped out of his mind.
Yeah.
Had to be.
Yeah.
I couldn't find any, I couldn't actually find any evidence of that, but it's just like the film itself is evidence of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also just look at a picture of him in that era. He just looks blown out at all times.
I mean, if you had money in the 80s, you were a coke addict.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And everybody had money.
Yeah. Especially if you were like a best-selling author. Like you had money to burn. And the way you burned that is on cocaine.
On the old booger sugar.
Yeah.
There is a story of Robert Englund and Dawkins doing rails off the Freddy glove. So that's good enough for me, I guess.
Yeah, like
that's
Wes
confirmation.
Craven wasn't there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So much like you could already assume, when they throw the switch, this is exactly when Pinker gets his powers. And this is also, too, where you get two things that, I don't know, the jump scare you got whenever they couldn't find Horace's body was kind of okay, but you also see the first possession he gets to commit when a female doctor who is already against the death penalty comes in and try to check his pulse. That's when Pinker takes her body over by electrocuting her, which causes everyone to freak out and try to help her.
Yep.
So then you fast forward to her being taken out of the prison, and they can't get an ambulance there fast enough. So Pastore, our wonderful police officer, Mr. Barney Fife, says, load her into the car. I'll take her to the hospital myself. Cue 1 minute and 45 seconds down the road. She is gone full Evil Dead, and she's taking bites out of people's necks, and the car crashes. But miraculously, Pastore is launched upwards of a gajillion feet away from the vehicle, where he is found and then transported to the hospital, where his brothers in arms will sit there with him to make sure that he stays in the hospital bed. Or does he? Because this is exactly where the movie, like I said before, just it continues to go off the rails, but in a great way, because it becomes fun. It goes from very gritty, very just slasher-esque to almost horror comedy, which is why I like this movie a lot, because we get to the part where I like to call it it's body shaming, because Pastore shows up at Johnny's house and is knocking on the front door and saying, hey, your dad sent me to take you down to the police department. So come out of the house right now. I'm going to take you downtown. And the conversation between the door has Pastore raising his voice and getting belligerent towards Johnny. And that's when the answering machine pops off and you hear someone saying, hey, Pastore left the hospital. We don't know where he is. And that's when Johnny really takes a good look out the keyhole and sees that Pastore looks like Frankenstein's monster. And that's when he pulls a revolver out, and you find out why Horace Pinker used a knife and not a gun. Because from this point forward, every single gunshot from that serial killer's hand missed by a mile. There's not a shot that came close to anybody except for one shot that Pastore launched out during the chase scene in the park, where it winged Johnny in the right arm. But only grazed him enough to where he kind of like, he said, ow, ow. Ugh.
Well, no, he gets another one because he shoots that jogger in the ass.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, he shoots him in the small of his back because that's Wes Craven's son, and he wanted to make sure he gave him a part in the movie.
Yeah.
But this is where the body shaming comes in, because Johnny is just simply outrunning Pastore, because despite the fact that Pinker takes over a body, he still has to bring the limp on with him, but he also has to take on the body's limitations that he takes over. And Pastore, he didn't pass physical fitness test too much. He wasn't really up for jogging all that far. And Johnny, like I said before, is an All-American football star. So, and he makes reference to that. He's like, I'm outrunning you. You're running out of energy. And that's where Pinker pipes the jogger in the back and slowly inches over, takes him over. And then we see the jogger then take over an 8-year-old's body, which has the same foul mouth as Pinker, but also can drive a bulldozer.
Yeah, that's pretty tight.
Yeah.
It's just like, you fucker, let's go.
Yeah, I loved it so much, because at this point I'm just like, this is all Looney Tunes bullshit, and I can't wait to see what happens next. So of course, somehow the little girl is found by her mother, and the mom is trying to like stop Johnny from touching her, because of course a mother sees her child being manhandled by a grown man. She wants to stop that. And as she runs up, the daughter, of course, Pinker sees the mom and says, oh, well, there's a more able body, so I'm going to take her over. And that's when we meet the biggest beefcake in the entire movie. I fell in love as soon as he walked on, because it's Alice Cooper as a guitar player. He came on and he's like, I'm part of the Village People. I'm here to save you. And that's when the mom's able to transfer into this jacked hulk of a construction worker. And at that point, Pinker knew that he had to take over bodies that either had skills or strength, because at that point, the construction worker is able to use a pickaxe to almost take out Johnny's head, but he catches a hold of the enchanted necklace from Allison and launches it into the middle of the lake. While Johnny screams, no!
So is this Kane Roberts?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Kane Roberts. He is also known as the writer of The Man Behind the Mask from the Friday the 13th series.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is one of the other two films I think this film is made out of. It's made out of Jason Goes to Hell before Jason Goes to Hell came out.
Yeah.
Because Jason Goes to Hell was all about just Jason transferring
Jumping
body
from body to body. Yeah. I thought about that, but yeah, it was way after that. But then I also thought of Gremlins 2 because of the electricity gremlin. But then that was also after this, right? Too.
Right. It was after this, but I'm just saying, like, Wes Craven had all these great ideas and shoved them into one movie.
Yeah.
And then they were just later cannibalized out. You know, they go, oh, I can take all this out of one movie and then make a whole nother movie around it. Oh, fantastic.
I also thought Evil Dead, because of the weird juxtaposition between it being like super gory and brutal and super silly. But I wouldn't go as far as to say this pulls it off quite as gracefully as Evil Dead.
No, because it doesn't happen enough, like, between each other. And then just Horace is too mean. Like, he's like, for all the cartoonist bullshit he does, he's still just a real sour, just unlikable person.
Not fun. That was the weird juxtaposition here. Is like, I don't mind the whole, okay, brutal, serious, and then get silly, but like when you have a movie that's so based like on the killer. And in the killer being such the key character of the movie, it felt like they made him so brutal and hateable, but he stopped being a monster because first of all, they showed him too much for him to be an effective monster, but also he was too comedic to be really an effective monster. So like, if you're going to make somebody that, like, if you want somebody to be on screen a lot and, be the, I don't want to say anti-hero, but what Michael and Jason and Freddy became, you can't make him like that, like Freddy, as soon as they saw that he had some heat on him, that they could capitalize on him as a character, they kind of buried the whole, oh, he's a child molester / killer. You know what I mean? They were like, yeah, we probably should chill on that stuff. But with Horace, chill. But with Horace, they were like, no, we're going to go hard. And I think that, my friends, is the cocaine talking.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's nothing he loves more than just swearing and killing women and just being fucking out of his mind.
Yeah.
And like, and also like it's comedic with possessing the child, but also like you're endangering a child. Yes. So it's, I don't know.
Well, he also is just he's also just like a dude, which I think the fact that Freddy is not a dude, like, yes, he was once a person, but you rarely see him, especially until later on, as a person. Freddy's a monster. He's a silly monster with a silly outfit and claw hands and a face that doesn't look entirely human. So you can just be like, oh, Freddy's a silly dream monster. Horace is a guy that like your dad works with, right. And so he's too real.
He's too relatable.
Yeah. He's too everyman.
Yeah, there's a good chance Horace was in your dad's garage, like, after they came home from Vietnam.
Yeah. Horace was that friend of your dad who smoked in the house and nobody wanted to, like, tell him he couldn't smoke in the house.
Right. But he was still kind enough to just put his butts out in the can.
Yeah.
You didn't have an ashtray, but he did just ash them in the can.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, right.
So, speaking of cocaine addicts, what do cocaine addicts always have more than anybody else? Plans.
Energy.
So that's exactly how the ending of this movie builds up to the end. It's 3 plans. So firstly, here we see that Rhino and Johnny meet with his coach and a guy they call Pac-Man. Looks like the equipment manager. And they try to develop a plan to go into the lake. At some point, for some reason, Coach decides, I'm going to go to your house and get your swim mask. Pac-Man comes with me. Of course, it doesn't go well. So Johnny waits an hour and 45 minutes before he decides to go back to his house, even though his house is a half an hour away. Upon arrival, finds Coach in the shower, possessed by Pinker. Absolutely can see it from a mile away. There's a struggle that happens. It's actually a really good fight scene, kind of like a They Live situation where there's a lot of object throwing and some pretty good strikes. So then at that point, Johnny tries to go into the closet to find his mask. And when he pulls the cord for the light, he finds a dead Pac-Man rolling out of the closet, absolutely brutalized. Turns around, and this is where another incredible scene that was cut short by the 13 submissions I had mentioned earlier, where the Coach is trying to fight Horace Pinker, and he stabs himself in the hand. So from my understanding from reading in the outtakes, he's supposed to carve his hand through and cut his fingers off one by one. And then it's supposed to be like a close up of it to watch the fingers kind of pop off. But they're like, hey, man, a little too gruesome. So then
can't do so much fingy stuff.
Yeah, a lot of finger stuff. And that's also Coke driven. So at that point, too, you see that the Coach is trying to fight Horace, and the ghost of Allison appears to try to help Coach understand that he can fight it. And of course, Coach gives in because also, too, why not a ghost? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why not a ghost?
Yeah.
So Coach stabs himself in the chest. That forces Pinker out. Pinker and Allison have a quick showdown. Pinker gets mollywopped. That's when he figures out, oh shit, I can be Thomas the Tank Engine and say, I think I can. And he uses his fingers to tap into the electrical system to then flow through the electric wires all throughout the city. And that's where the next plan comes into play, because Lieutenant Parker was posted up the whole time when he heard the fighting and called backup. But Johnny doesn't know that. So Donnie boy over here is trying to talk Johnny through, hey, calm down, you'll be fine. And once he sees the dead bodies, he goes, and now you're going downtown and all my friends are behind you to take you in. So they cuff Johnny. They go to lead him out to the car. And right as they're ready to take him out, Donnie reaches down to a lamp, gets shocked. And guess what? He's possessed. So now Lieutenant Parker is Lieutenant Pinker, and he says, I'll take Johnny down to the station myself. And from there, actually a pretty cool sequence of like a mini car chase. Of course, more errant gunfire that gets nowhere near a target. And it climaxes to both these actors climbing up a scaffolding, which we then come to find out is a TV broadcasting satellite, where Pinker is then broadcasted into what he likes to call prime time, bitch. And he gets launched.
Yeah, the similarities are striking.
Yeah, this fucking sequence is where like my eyes are just rolling. Like, not in the back of my head, they're just rolling because I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at anymore. I don't know. I don't understand why they're up on the tower. I don't know why they went there. And then there's this fucking ploy where Lieutenant Parker says, oh, my heart, and then goes down to a knee and then grabs onto the dish. And then that's when fucking Shocker gets sent out on the airwaves. And Peter Berg goes, well, what was that about the heart? You don't have a heart problem. He goes, I know, and you know I don't, but he doesn't know.
Yeah, it's a classic
What the
possum.
fuck are you talking
It's
about?
classic possum, Steve. It's called playing possum. And I do like that he does the whole, you know that, and I know that, but he doesn't know that. It's just
But he doesn't know that he's not having a heart attack?
While he's hanging from 100-foot sky. I know that you know that we know that he doesn't know that I don't have a heart condition.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because Shocker is happy because now he has access to the broadband dish.
Yeah.
It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah. He thought he was being clever, and it was honestly the only thing I thought of was White Christmas, when the opening scene where he wants the men to have, time to watch Bing Crosby and Danny fucking Kaye do their little bit, and he sends the private, with the new general off the thing. That's the only thing I could think of that he was trying to mimic that scene, but the logic didn't play out really right either.
Yeah, I was so baffled, and I was just confused at that point, and my notes like really drop off after this point too, because I'm just like, whatever, man. You like, I'm not deciphering a cokehead's fucking story anymore.
This is not your drug problem is not my responsibility.
Exactly.
Right? Wes Craven.
That's right. It became
Wesley
my responsibility, and that's why I'm here today.
Yeah.
I did also.
You are a cocaine Sherpa.
I did make a note as Mitch Pileggi is fired off by the TV radio satellite, and I didn't know how true this would become, but I was like, oh, I kind of remember that movie Stay Tuned with John Ritter. And I go, oh, okay, that's weird. But, surely it won't.
It's weird that you just said John Ritter, too, because I'm looking at him on screen right now.
Oh, fun. Is he in Pumpkinhead 5? What are you watching?
No. Pumpkinhead 3 and 4 are already over. Yeah. And now It has started.
Oh, okay. You're watching 90s It. Okay. But yeah, I was like, surely this movie won't go down the route of Stay Tuned. And, they fight inside the TV. Surely that won't happen.
Yeah, of course not. There's no way that they would. How dare the audacity?
Only a fucking cokehead would think their serial killer movie needs to go into the TV with ghosts and
damn
shit.
Right. Because audacity be damned, they do fight in the TV. Because Johnny was able to get the necklace back from Allison in another dream sequence where all the victims of Horace are there and all of Johnny's family and friends that have been murdered by Horace. So Johnny goes out and gets his football teammates to commit what we like to call a felony by going down to the local power station and absolutely blowing out the main transistor at 12 o'clock midnight on the dot. At the same time, Johnny goes out and somehow convinces an up-and-coming TV anchor to bring a live set into a bedroom where a murder was committed. And Johnny says, you stay here. I'm going to leave. I'll bring the killer to you. And the guy stays there while Johnny goes and takes a fucking nap while setting up a trap for Horace by setting up a TV at the foot of his bed. So as he passes out, of course, Horace comes out of the TV. Johnny wakes up. And he doesn't see anything out of place at all. He sits in his recliner, and guess what?
He loves this fucking chair.
Horace is the goddamn recliner.
The most Freddy thing that could ever happen.
I know. Yeah. Takes over the chair. He becomes a living object. And so then Johnny is forced to fight a chair. Johnny and Pinker go into a brawl, and they end up in the TV. And they are going through wartime scenarios, live news. They pop out in someone else's house and they fight where this woman who it sounds like she's from the South. She's bitching about them fucking up her food. And then when they get back into the TV, they get on Leave It to Beaver where Johnny's screaming, Beaver, Beaver.
This is like awesome. That 80s, like it's just, I can't imagine a 16-year-old watching this now. They would have no idea what the fuck was happening. No. Like for the entire third act of the movie would be lost on them.
It'd be baffling. Yes. And then they're literally blown around the screen by the same atomic bomb footage we've all seen all the time.
Yep.
And they're just blown around like paper. I was so checked out. And so upset.
You had to know what to. I will be honest with you. I think this is the second or third time I've seen this movie, and I will be honest. I like it more the more times I watch it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The first time I watched it, I was like, "This is dog shit." The second time, I was like, "Okay," and then this time, I was like, "This is kind of fun." I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
But so's my movie. I mean, my movie's bad too. But like, if you know what to expect and you can prepare yourself for the wild juxtaposition
I
from
couldn't.
the first act to the second act to the third act, because the first act you're like, this is going to be like a gritty, hard to watch serial killer story. No, sir, that's not what you're getting. You're getting just yuck 'em ups, you know? It's a weird juxtaposition, but if you're prepared for it, it goes down smoother.
Yeah, I wasn't. I was watching the clock going 40 minutes in. He has no shocker powers yet. What the fuck? The TV devil. What the fuck? Ghosts.
Yeah, this movie could be called Shocker: What the fuck?
Yeah.
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 Ghost Lady
That's the
Chest
uncut
Beam.
version.
Yeah. Heather Langenkamp,
Yeah.
Timothy Leary, John Tesh,
Ted Raimi
It's
completely underused. Fuck.
Ted Raimi too. It's chaos.
So the chaos comes to its finale as the two men fight through a multitude of different TV stations and ending up back in the live studio presence where Johnny set up at the beginning of this plan that he had. At that point, it's Inception. They're inside the TV, but inside the filmography of the camera. So then Johnny understands that he can use the remote control to hit the pause button on Horace and use it to manipulate him all around, and was able to freeze him in time. There is a back and forth about Johnny not knowing how to read his watch because it was broken, while Rhino busts out the power at midnight. Mm-hmm. Because Johnny says once the power is out, whoever's left inside this weird contraption I've made will stay here forever. So then once they both realize that time is of the essence and the sand is running out of the dial, Johnny gets a final blow into Pinker, sets the necklace around the camera, and is able to jump through it, through time and space, through the TV, and out to just his TV. Somehow he jumped through the camera and found only his TV.
He called him. He said, give me, Johnny, called the operator. You know Johnny, right?
Yeah.
Send me to Johnny's TV. Which TV? The upstairs one. Got it. Bingo. Right there.
Bingo,
Babe Ruth called that shit, and he went right through that thing. And Horace had his last try to scare Johnny by saying he'll always be there. And Johnny uses the remote to turn off the TV and to turn off the flames so he can walk out the front door and stare at the stars with the ghost of Allison, who says that she appreciates the stars too. And there's never been a sequel.
Yeah. The ghost of Allison. And that's the part that it didn't need to be there. Whatever, it's fine. It could just be a flashback memory, but no, it's the ghost of Allison. The other thing is, why is Horace so scared of the necklace? Is it because it's just some sort of display of love and he's bad to the bone?
Yeah.
And he doesn't like lovey things?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a heart, dude.
Like
he's scared
like
of,
a
scared of commitment.
vampire. It's like a vampire scared of a cross. He's scared of his heart.
Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to love. His son doesn't love him, but his son does love the dead lady victim that he made. So I don't care.
My whole
That
thing
is
with
shocker.
this movie, yeah, it's like I said, I've learned to appreciate it a little bit more as I've watched it multiple times. It's all about what you're in the mood for, but the problem is, depending on what you're in the mood for, you're never fully satisfied by Shocker. Because if you want to watch some like kind of, a little more hard boiled, like scary, actually violent type of movie, well, you got that in the first act, but then that goes away pretty quick. So like you almost have to prepare yourself to watch this movie where like, if you're craving that, you watch for, and then like you have a couple beers or you like eat an edible when you start the movie.
Yeah.
Then by the time the second act kicks in, you're in the mood for a little wild and crazy kids.
My challenge to the audience and the world in general is like, there has to be a perfected microdosing schedule of like like you microdose the first time you see him limp or some shit like that. Like there's a perfect schedule that like by the time it starts to kick in, then you're already in cartoon times. You're somewhere in the broad daylight lake scene, and you're like, kids and beefcake and bulldozers, hooray.
Listen, that's exactly. I got these capsules. They're mushroom. They got the magic mushroom, but they're capsules. They kick. It's perfect. It dose them right. It's 45 minutes. You pop one of those things as soon as you press play. You're probably going to have a lot of fun with the second and third acts.
By the time he gets his shocker powers, you're coasting upward.
You're really into the color of his jumpsuit, stuff like that. I mean, I love big swings. So I'm a big swing guy. So I appreciate some big swings, but like I like big swings that don't feel too tongue in cheek, and this feels very tongue in cheek.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think rubs me the wrong way at times. I ultimately, if I had to just summarize this, I would just say like it's worse Freddy.
Yeah.
Like it's the Freddy franchise is not my favorite, but when it's good, I love it. And like this is a lot of the parts that I don't like about Freddy. To be honest with you. It's and like I'm a big proponent of if you're gonna make a truly scary monster, and it doesn't have to be an actual monster. It could just be a serial killer or whatever. You can't show them too much, or if you show them too much, it has to be Silence of the Lambs. You know what I mean? It's got to be like an unbelievable performance that you're just not, you can't explain just because it's an incredible performance. This is not that. Like it's a enthusiastic performance.
Yeah.
Right.
But
Which is why I brought it to your attention. I wanted to bring it to you for the enthusiasm.
It is. It's a great, it's an enthusiastic performance, but I wouldn't say it's a good performance.
Oh, see,
in terms of Horace. I even watched an interview with the guy who plays Horace.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh yeah, they let me do whatever I wanted.
Yeah.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
That was the studio. They gave everyone full reign on what they wanted to do. Sometimes you get They Live. Sometimes you get Shocker. But you gotta take a swing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like it felt a little bit like an overzealous like high school or college stage performance where they're like, this is my chance to impress people. So he's just going balls to the wall. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's nothing
pretty over the top
about this performance. Yeah. It's
pretty over the top, like
cartoonish.
putting together a puzzle with human flesh.
Mine's not. Yeah. There's nothing that isn't that in my movie too. But here's the big difference. This one, like,
is dope.
Kind of knew what they were doing. Like it was tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, I've learned to appreciate this movie a little bit more over time. I don't love the character of Horace getting super silly.
Yeah.
If he was serious the whole time, it might have made more sense.
I wouldn't have liked it as much.
Probably not. No, but if he did, you're right. If he was, no one would have remembered this movie.
So he should be more cartoonish from the beginning.
Yes.
Probably, to be honest with you. Yeah, probably. Yeah. But then if he was very cartoonish from the beginning, all the things of him being like a brutal serial killer that you're actually scared of for a minute wouldn't have happened. So
I guess maybe not. Maybe not. Like if you wrote a character that was basically like obsessed with TV and then took all the silly things he sees on TV, like Three Stooges bits that are like lethal, and then does Three Stooges bits to people in real life as the way he kills, but then he gets TV powers. Yeah. Like that's an interesting character, just making
that's
him
like That's a horror version of Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
exactly.
Which we need that.
Yeah. That, exactly. But like when you're saying it's just your fucking dad's friend who's unbalanced, and then he gets TV powers, it doesn't work.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's an interesting movie. It's a big swing movie. I guess I think it hinges a lot on whether or not you really like the Horace character and performance. I also think there's a little bit, I think I even mentioned this a little bit before, is like, it's hard when they were trying to make him Freddy, and Freddy became this weird, funny, not anti-hero, but like you love to hate him.
Yeah. He became the Joker, like before the Joker.
He became a little bit like the Joker. And in this movie, they wanted that for Horace, but it was like not organically earned over the course of a few movies.
Yeah. And also it's just because it's from Wes Craven, and it's so obvious that he desperately just wanted to make a nightmare film with the couch gag and the fingers growing long, just like, Freddy grows his arms long and shit like that. Like, there were so many Freddy things. He gets his powers from a demon. His head's all messed up from it's all burnt up from the electric chair. So like, there's so many little Freddy things, and it's just like, you didn't try to separate enough, which is also weird.
That could have been his name, Little Freddy.
Right.
Let me make a pitch. Let me make a pitch to you so you guys can think about this in a whole different light. All right.
Sure.
Just bear with me. You take two movies, Nightmare on Elm Street and Ernest Goes to Jail.
Yeah.
Freddy Goes to Jail. Electro Man. If you think about it that way, it's a fantastic fucking movie, which is how I approach it. So
I changed my mind. You're right.
Yes.
I take back everything I said.
This is Ernest P. Worrell if he had a murder streak. So that's how
Honestly,
I view
though,
it.
take Horace. Here's my slight twist on that. Take Horace, do the Ernest Goes to Jail thing, but give him a Southern accent and make him stupid. Make him just a little, just 10% Sling Blade.
A little Forrest Gump.
20% Sling Blade. Like, not full French fried potatoes,
right?
But just like 20% Sling Blade. Now you're like, I cannot predict what that guy's gonna do.
Yeah.
He's got
he could be funny. He could be serious. He may not know what he's going to do.
He could go from funny to scary because he doesn't really know the difference.
Right. And that also leads into the original concept of he's just obsessed with TV. He doesn't know that the Three Stooges bits he's doing are bad.
Oh, this is 1,000 times better movie we just punched up.
Let's do this.
Yeah. He doesn't know. He can't tell the difference between real life and TV.
Yeah. And so when he thinks he smashes somebody's head in with a fucking like wrench, he thinks they'll just get up next week.
He thinks it's funny.
Yeah. He thinks it's funny, and he thinks they'll just get up next week like every other show. Like, oh, I saw them week after they got fucking hit with a pipe. They're all good. He'll be good.
Like, oh, he's sleepy. He's taking a nap right now. He's totally fine. He'll get up.
That's a good bit there.
He's a good bit. Really punch that up. French rap. I call it a Kaiser blade.
But thank you for indulging me. That is one of my favorite cult movies. So thank you. I appreciate it.
It's a fun watch, Steve. I will encourage you to give it a little time. Let it soak in. Let it get under your skin a little bit. Maybe come back to it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, look, it's chock full of things, but all of those things are crazy because it has ghosts and it has click and it has stay tuned.
Ghost doesn't need to be there. Yeah, Ghost doesn't need to be there.
Yeah, it has stay tuned. It has click. It has, Freddy, or it has Friday the 13th stuff, or Fallen if you like Denzel Washington more. It's got all this shit happening. And I just didn't, I didn't want to, and it's all done on Coke. It's all done on Coke. And it's going to take me time to appreciate that. You can't throw that at me cold. And
it's a movie that needs context.
Yeah. And it's not totally Matt's fault because he didn't know that I've never seen the film, but boy, that's a rough first watch to just accept as a film.
Mission accomplished. Decaying with the Boys made their flag stamp right here.
Yeah. I like it. All right, let's get into last but certainly not least. I'm going to get into my pick, which is just schlock of the highest order. A little film from 1982, the year of our Lord, entitled Pieces, directed by a gentleman named Juan Piquer Simone, a Spanish gentleman who has a lot of a decent amount of directing credits, 15 directing credits, is a few more writing credits, mostly writer and director. The only other movie I've ever seen of his aside from this is Slugs. A lot of Spanish productions. I will tell you, this is the only, this is what I would probably call his only really, notable film. And it's certainly a cult film. This is, when I think of like schlock horror, like schlock slasher specifically, this is the movie I think of. It has all the things that you want in a schlocky slasher movie, which is wacky kills, funny dialogue, nudity, and just borderline nonsensical plot lines. And in this instance, the thing that puts it over the top for me is perhaps the wackiest ending of any film I've ever seen. Like, this has, I won't spoil it. We'll get to it if you haven't seen this. The endings, plural, really, are bonkers in the most. I remember the first time I watched this movie, I just like jaw agape for like 5 minutes after I saw this movie. Have you guys seen this before?
Yeah, I saw it once. Yeah.
I had thought I did, but some of the stuff, like, I just did not remember at all. So I must have been thinking about something else. It's especially the ending. I'm like, I've never seen that before. So there's no way I've seen this movie.
Yeah, there's no way you forget that ending. That's for sure. All right, let me jump into it then. So this is set in Boston, 1942. Nothing about this movie feels even remotely like Boston or New England or America. Like, this is the most European production ever, but they are so insistent that it's Boston, and that's one of the things I love about it. You get this boy, he's putting together this naked lady puzzles in his room. He looks to be, I don't know, 10 years old maybe. And then his mom comes in, catches him, and just loses her shit, smacks him, threatens to kill him, which is pretty aggressive. And then he comes back with an axe and just fucks her head up and then starts sawing up her body. This is the opening scene. This all happens within 3 minutes of the beginning of the movie. So immediately you're in for this is an unpredictable movie, which is what I love about it.
He's in the right, though. She threatened to kill him. So, like, not only is she trying to kill him, but she's also trying to stop him from seeing Puzzle Bush. He's got grounds. I don't know.
And then she's about to throw his toys away.
Yeah.
You're about to get axed.
You gotta stop that bitch.
Yeah. She's out of control. She's out of hand.
Yeah. I think that kid's got a case.
Yeah. And so yeah, he catches a body right off the bat. All right. You don't know who this person is. You know anything about him. You just know it's Boston, 1942. Again, nothing about it feels like that at all. But anyway, and then he just gets right back to finishing his puzzling. The cops show up. They are not from Boston. Like, they are the most European cops of all time.
What gives it away, Brian?
Yeah, the giant Italian mustaches and the fact that they're wearing, like, I don't know, British Bobby costumes from like the teens. Like it's not the right anything.
It's like a Pinkerton security service.
They ran out of costumes at the costume store, and then that's what they had. So the whole movie has this very like dreamlike quality to it that I really like. And like, if you know my taste in movies at all, you know that I like unpredictable movies. I don't like to know what's going to happen. Right. And this movie feels like it is not responsible for itself. And it is going to go wherever it wants. And you have no say in what it does. And that's part of the reason why I love it. They get there. Mom's head's in the closet, just on the dresser in the closet. The cops are like, no big deal. Like they're distressed, but like, they could have found like a dead mouse, and it would have been approximately the same type of reaction that they give.
Definitely not the reaction of cops later in this film.
No, later in the film, they see a dead body. They're like barfing.
Yeah.
So it's but this was years before. This is when cops were soft, back in the 40s.
Yeah. This is an older generation of cops, so they're tough. And then the 70s cops, they're, soy boy cops throwing up just because they saw a body.
Bunch of beta cops, bunch of cuck cops. The kid's hiding in the closet, acts like he was scared. So of course they don't suspect it was the kid. And he gets away with it. You don't know anything about it. That's it. Flash forward to, present day, this, late 70s, early 80s. Again, Boston ? Nothing about it feels like Boston. So there's a lot of giallo elements, just like Steve's is a straight up giallo flick. Like this is, I think you could probably consider this as such. It's got a lot of giallo elements to it, but it also is. It seems like a director or a writer who knew the giallo subgenre. And they knew that their audience knew the giallo genre.
Yeah.
And that's what they knew of slashers. And then said, those American slashers pretty cool right now. Kids are digging them. So let's do our take on that. It's like if, your Italian grandma was like, hey, I'm going to make you a pasta for dinner. And then you're like, but grandma, I want a cheeseburger. And she goes, oh, we got a cheeseburger. I'm making a cheeseburger. And then it's just like spaghetti, made into a bun. And then, a meatball sandwich between the two spaghetti buns.
Sounds kind of good, man. I would probably eat the fuck
it's
out of
delicious. It's delicious. It's just, it's not, it's like those memes where like, I want a cheeseburger. And they're like, we have cheeseburger at home. And then this is what that is,
I'm in total agreement with you with what you're saying. I would say maybe instead of giallo, since the director is Spanish, it's amarillo. That's yellow in Spanish.
I see. Yeah. I see. Yes, it is a Spanish director and a Spanish production, but there's a lot of Italian influence for sure.
Oh, yeah. So, it's definitely influenced by giallo films. And then not just slashers, but it actually feels a lot like Herschel Gordon Lewis.
Yes, because of the I could see that, especially in the way that they present the gore.
Yeah. The way
the gore is almost like their own little weird set pieces when you show them to you.
Yeah, because like we're talking right now about the scene with the head, and like they give you a pretty straight on look at it, and the blood is like really bright red, almost paint, at a lot of times, and also it just has that kind of police procedural nature about it, especially in the back half of the film, where it kind of not that it drags, but it gets really flat in the way the cops are, which is just, I don't know, very similar to Herschel Gordon Lewis.
Yep. Yeah, I could see that. It. I didn't even make the comparison to the Herschel Gordon Lewis thing, but yeah, there's undoubtedly some influence there. So now, you get the black gloved killer kind of thing. So you're not seeing his face. It's a POV thing. Very, very giallo-trope there. And the killer is grown now and has kept his mom's outfit, which is this like blue and white floral dress and high-heeled kind of shoes and whatever. In this box, there's still blood on it. The blood after 30 years, 40 years or whatever is still bright red, like looks like red paint, which is, again, you mentioned that, and it's very giallo and Herschel Gordon Lewisy. And the one thing that I thought was really funny and gratuitous and stupid was at the bottom of the box, there's a big picture of his mom's face with a big red X over it.
Got that bitch.
That felt like maybe that was like a little on the nose, but whatever. There's this weird skateboarding scene that's a dream sequence that really has no bearing on anything else. But there's this just regular American girl studying, right? She's just in the grass. You know, she's kind of like laying in a vaguely suggestive way, like her skirt's kind of popping up from a certain angle. And there's this like maintenance man in the background, and he's got his face all wrapped up. He's got a big chainsaw. And she's like, hey, keep it down. I'm trying to study. And he's like, I'm almost done. And he just chops her head off with a chainsaw so fast, so early on. You really think there's going to be like a build up, but he just absolutely, just time killers. Basically, it reminded me of the game. Have you ever played the arcade game Time Killers?
Yeah.
That it reminds me so much of that scene. Just chops her damn head off with a chainsaw.
I just wanted 1 or 2 more seconds of the shot of after he cuts her head off, because they throw like a literal bucket of blood at him. And I just wanted to see that action complete. Yeah.
It is chaotic. It is fast and dirty. And then these 2 cops, we'll get to that one. These 2 cops are showing up to the campus. Obviously they're trying to figure out who the killer is, and we'll get a little bit more into the cops here in a second. But they go back to the hallway, and they introduce you to the first would-be killer potentially, who is a professor named Brown at the university. And there's this whole host of students sitting out in the hallway, just classic American students smoking pot in the hallways, as one's apt to do. And there's so much good dialogue in this movie, like memorable. When I mean good, I mean bad,
yes.
But like memorable, stupid dialogue and stupid lines where you can almost imagine that like they watched, I don't know, Animal House or something that was quite a bit earlier, but they watched some sort of like American college movie and was like, American kids say wacky shit. So let's start to brainstorm some wacky shit American students would say. And this is what a good one. It gets way better, but this is a good one. This girl, she's smoking a joint in the hallway and says the most beautiful thing in the world is, they say that there is they put a new waterbed in the equipment room in the gym or something like that. And they're talking about, waterbeds are cool or whatever. And she says, the most beautiful thing in the world is smoking pot and fucking on a waterbed at the same time. And they all are just like, hell yeah.
Hell yeah,
like,
dude.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I had that written down as well. And then my note next to it was, we love premarital sex.
Yeah. Well, and also like, not one person in this entire movie has an even remotely Boston accent. And it's like, to pick a place like Boston, which is known for having such a distinct regional accent, and to have no one that even approximates it, I really appreciate that a lot. Professor Brown is in charge of the anatomy department, and he has a very weird mustache. And first of all, would a college have an entire anatomy department? That feels like a couple of classes, not a department, but it'd be like the science department. You know what I mean? Like, like biology, or something like that, like human biology, not anatomy. But anyway, the girl goes up and does this whole thing about where are my pectorals and does like a boob joke. And like, I guess they make fun of Dr. Brown. I give him a hard time, right? I give him a little razzing. So you're introduced to him. You realize that he's being made fun of a lot. Like he's a little bit of an outsider in terms of the professors in the college. Then you get introduced to Willard, which is this like groundskeeper that's hired to cut a bunch of trees around the university. And the gardener, the gardener had found a body, right? You haven't met him yet, but they say the gardener found the body. You introduce this secretary, name's Grace. They're discussing how they think it was somebody, a student or faculty that might have killed this woman. And it's just, everyone's super cartoonish, which, I absolutely love. It's not one person seems like a real person in any way, shape, or form in this movie. The dean makes Professor Brown show the detectives around, and Brown is very reluctant to do that. So again, they're setting him up. He's a would-be killer here. Professor Brown also, I'm sorry, not Brown. One of the cops has this giant, like brown hand-rolled cigarette. And I just wrote, like a hard-boiled Boston cop would smoke. Like this giant, like 6-inch long hand-rolled cigarette.
This cop is Columbo.
Yes, he is definitely a Columbo ripoff.
Yeah. And
then so there's two cops. There's a dark-haired cop and there's a gray-haired cop. The dark-haired cop is supposed to be Columbo, I think. Like they're definitely ripping off. The gray-haired cop, and this will be the second consecutive episode we mentioned him, looks exactly like Murphy from C-Lab 2020.
Yeah.
Like he is the real life version of Murphy.
Yeah.
Like I actually at one point looked a picture of him up and put it beside a picture of the animated character Murphy from C-Lab 2020. And it looks like they mirrored it after him. It's uncanny.
Yeah. I also thought, what's the main guy's name from the A-Team? Is it Murdoch?
Murdoch. Yeah.
Murdoch.
Yeah. I was like, that guy.
He does look like Murdoch. You put a big cigar in his mouth and like a big, like squinty shit-eating grin. Yeah. He would be Murdoch too.
But just back to Lieutenant Columbo for a second.
Mm-hmm.
He has the overcoat like Columbo. He has the long green hand-rolled cigarettes, the cigarillos.
Mm-hmm.
And then his whole bit where he can never find a match. That's a bit from an episode of Columbo.
Is it? See, I didn't know. I was actually gonna bring that up because it's probably 3 times it gets brought back where he's like, you have a match, and the guy's like, I don't smoke, and they keep bringing that recurring bit back. So much so that I remember the first time I saw the movie, I wondered if actually the killer who doesn't have a match the Murphy, Lieutenant Murphy, we'll call him, was going to be the killer, and they were going to figure it out because of somehow he doesn't smoke or something,
Yeah.
Because it's reoccurring. But I'm not as Columbo savvy as you, Steve.
I'm Columbo brain, yo.
He's a big Columbo guy.
I like. Yeah. I mean, Columbo has been on. It aired from '68 to like the early 2000s. So I can't remember if the episode where he's doing the bit with I can't find a match and I can't smoke my cigar. I can't remember if that would have come before or after this movie, but I was like, that's a Columbo bit. Like they're doing Columbo for some reason.
I mean, you could just tell they like watched a few episodes of American shows and a few American slasher movies and we're like, we could do this.
Yeah.
Let's slap this thing together. This sounded like just less of a Columbo line, maybe a Dragnet line.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, we're just out buying clothes without labels and trying to try them on for size. Like that just felt like more of a Dragnet line to me. But
yeah.
So then you get introduced to this giant mook of a groundskeeper. His name's Willard, and he's just been hired to trim some branches with this enormous chainsaw, like branches that you could easily just cut with like, clippers. But he's got this monster chainsaw. So of course you're like, oh, the guy carrying the chainsaw, that's the killer, right? He's like horny for this chainsaw. And he's also just extremely threatening in general. And he keeps like one eye kind of closed, like Popeye. He's always sneering at people.
Yeah. Which, funny enough, he played Bluto in the Robin Williams Popeye in 1980.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, that makes perfect sense. He looks like Bluto.
Yeah.
Like he looks like a real life Bluto. So that's excellent casting.
He was also born in Massachusetts. So he would be the only person that could do the Boston accent if he chose to.
Yeah, but it's all ADR. So
yeah,
the killer is slowly throughout the film putting together the naked lady puzzle. Of course, it's the black gloved POV thing, so you don't know who it is. But then you get introduced to one of the main characters, Kendall. Kendall is a student at the university. And he's kind of the student in the know. He knows everyone around town and their habits and their actions and all this sorts of things. And he's also a ladies' man, apparently, which this guy would never, ever be cast as like a ladies' man in an American film ever. But he does in this movie. You see him, you're like, oh, he's going to be the nerd hero that everybody makes fun. No, he's like the ladies' man. It doesn't make any sense.
It's only because they introduce you to his other friend, Myron, who's even bigger of a nerd. You go, well,
who he calls Goggles a couple of times.
It's like, oh, well, I guess he would get pussy over Myron, but
yeah. If Myron's the competition here. But this, sexy co-ed girl hands him a note that says, I want to do it underwater. See you in the pool. And then he was like, oh, cool. And then he throws the note, into the trash. But then the killer picks it up and then, of course, knows to go to the pool. So first of all, what school would have this pool? What American school would have this pool, by the way? Like, it looks like something at like a health club in Madrid. You know what I mean? It's like super, super wild and ornamental. But we do, we get some nudity. We get this girl doing a little swimming, some laps and shit like this. The killer comes in, and this is the only, I think, like assault with a pool skimmer net in film history. And so much so he puts her head in the pool skimmer net. She could just go underwater and easily escape the pool skimmer net. She does not.
No.
He drags her to the side with the pool skimmer net. And then she really struggles to escape. She then passes out as a result of his mastery with the pool skimmer net, and then he gets the chainsaw. So his friend, we talked about Goggles, which is Kendall's friend, delivers him this note that's suggesting there's some sort of urgent reason why he needs to go to the pool, I guess. I don't know. And Goggles threatens to kill himself because he maybe delivered bad news. I don't know. It seemed weird.
Goggles fucking rules at this moment because he's also kind of an incel, because right before this, he's talking to a woman and gets rejected by her, but blows it off. Is like, why would I listen to a slut like you? Like, shut up. But then
he goes, so what do you got going on tonight?
Yeah.
And she just looks at him and he's like, yeah, I didn't write the notes, but some very flippant response like, oh, you didn't answer me. Like I care. Fuck you.
Yeah. Like I give a fuck. And then gives bad news to Kendall. And he's like, oh man, I might kill myself if I gave bad news. So like, he's just a total incel who's just like, I don't care what women think, but God forbid I like tell my friend bad news.
Goggles has a couple other good little bits that he does throughout the movie. So the killer is carrying a sack with the hacked up co-ed in it, into this, like, I think it's a freezer. They don't really show it 100%, but I believe it to be some sort of like freezer storage area. Willard shows up with hedge clippers to the pool, finds his chainsaw covered in blood, and the chopped up girl. And at that point, the cops and Kendall show up, and there's this fight scene between the cops, Kendall, and Willard, who's huge. And he does this thing where he like throws them all off of him, and then Kendall jumps in and breaks a super fake like breakaway board over his back. And I just thought that is the greatest moment. That's the greatest scene ever to finish up with the Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. Like, it's just such a dumb fight scene. But they just make Willard look fucking awesome. The cops need, it's such a weird scene. The cops need like they asked Dr. Brown, who's an anatomy professor, they need confirmation from him that the body parts could have been chopped up with the chainsaw. And they asked Brown that.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I think so. I don't know a lot about chainsaws, but I think so.
Yeah, he basically says any layman could tell that this was not done like with precision. It was done with a chainsaw.
I took it maybe that like, Columbo was asking him because he wanted to see his reaction. Maybe. I
that's what I thought.
Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but and then the cop, I think it's Murphy, does the whole says the title of the movie. It does the whole pieces. He says, I didn't write the quote down, but he's something like, yeah, there's going to be a lot more girls that end up in pieces. And then I just imagine him putting the sunglasses on, and then it's the CSI Miami, like beginning, wow, happening. So this is a great one too. One of my favorite bits of dialogue. The cop tells the dean that he suspects that the murders were perpetrated by someone on or around the campus. It's like, yeah, you fucking moron. They happened on the campus. The person who did them was on or around campus. It's just the cops are so impossibly stupid and hilariously stupid and the whole way through the movie.
It's so great. And then like you also have this like massive cover up that the dean and the police are doing. They just lie to everyone,
students, everyone. It's not like they go, no comment. They go, nothing's happening, nothing has happened, and nothing will ever happen.
It's so wild to tell everyone like, no, 2 women weren't chainsawed here. And then like they're just gaslighting like those girls' roommates. Like, yeah. No, you didn't have a roommate. This is your roommate. Your roommate is Betsy.
Yeah. They're just lying blatantly. Everyone believes them 100%. Except for the Boston Globe reporter who's like literally he comes in and even the cops, like not just the dean, like you could see why the dean character would lie, because he's like, yeah, he's the guy who doesn't want to close the beach on the 4th of July. You know what I mean? But for the cops to just go, nothing happened. Go talk to that lady who is a tennis star that is now an undercover cop, which we're about to get to. So they want to put an undercover person at the school. And they talk the dean into doing this. And they decide that they are going to use a recognizable tennis champion, which is like, if you're going to pick somebody to go undercover, maybe don't pick someone that's like publicly known.
Yeah.
But
it's more of the gaslighting, Brian. because they say, hey, why is our new tennis teacher Anna Kournikova? And they say, that's not Anna Kournikova, that's Mrs. Ladd, and you'll treat her as such.
So I just started calling her officer, what did I write down? Officer, coach, officer, tennis champion or something like that after a while. It's like, it just doesn't, none of it makes any sense. Why she would be there, why she would be working with the police department, why she would even be on their radar. And apparently she's a volunteer. Like she's, I don't know. It doesn't make not a lick of sense.
No, she signed up for a list, and apparently they'll just like draw it. It's almost like jury duty. And occasionally the cops will draw your name and you get to go do undercover shit.
You're a cop now. And it's like, not only that, but they use elements of your real life in your backstory as an undercover cop. So it's not like, she's 7 foot tall and they're like, well, we probably should suggest that maybe she's a basketball player. You could just walk around as a tennis player and nobody would know. You know what I mean? They don't have to integrate that into the backstory. But Kendall, instead of telling the cops that he was going to the pool to fuck, he just allows himself to be a suspect. So they think it's him. And then you get this like sick ass American dance number where there's just like all these girls rehearsing a dance number and there's a shadowy killer creeping in on them. And it's like this, you eventually get a jump scare out of it, but you get the idea that this shadowy killer kind of knows his way around the campus and can, find himself in areas where he can watch girls, and stalk them or whatever without being seen. The cops take Kendall to this cop psychologist, and that apparently is enough to make him not a suspect anymore. So now Kendall's on their side. Kendall is, pretty much they turn him into a cop pretty quick. He's just literally a college student, but
Kendall is a fucking Mary Sue, and I've had it.
Explain yourself. Kendall's a hero, but
it just everything goes his way, and I've had it with him. He gets all the pussy. He's the coolest guy on campus.
He's got a sick dirt bike.
Yeah, sick dirt bike. Everybody loves him, and then he also gets to be a cop, and the cops let him do all the investigating, and he basically solves the case in the end. He's a fucking asshole.
But it doesn't work out for him in the end, if you remember.
No, I know it doesn't work out for him.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
But Kendall's a real man about campus here. He's a Van Wilder type, we'll say. How's that? Things are really going his way.
I mean, not only does he get all the pussy that's on campus already, but he gives up pussy he's getting to get more pussy. And it's also officer coach that he just like lures her in. She's like on campus for 2 days and he's like, well, I'm here, so I guess you know my reputation and you know what's going to happen. So whenever you're ready.
I'm Kendall.
I'm
the
Kendall,
fuck
don't you know?
It's like, oh, my shirt got too heavy. Let me just get rid of this real quick.
I'm Kendall, the fuck king.
Yeah. At some point, you're going to give it up to me. So just give me like a wink and then I'll know.
I'm Kendall, king of fuck.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kendall is 5'6", 140 pounds, greasy little fuckwad.
He's not even swinging a hammer because we do see it.
Do we see it?
Yeah. At least in my version on Tubi, I saw it. Because
I watched Tubi version 2. I wasn't paying attention.
I think it's a little later in the film, but he's in bed with a girl, and then think he sees officer coach or somebody outside his window, and he gets out of bed. And he's like,
I remember that.
Yeah.
He watched out the window. This is right before my favorite scene in the movie with the dirt bike.
Yeah. Yeah. So he has his dong out when he gets up out of the bed.
I missed it.
Yeah. It's not impressive.
Missed the dong.
It's not impressive.
Yeah. Just an average dong.
Yeah. So,
well, you know what?
I don't get it.
It's not the size of the hammer that you're swinging.
I'm just
it's
saying,
the motion of the ocean.
I don't get the appeal. He's not hung.
Yeah.
He's not strong. He's not big. everybody loves him.
Yeah. He's what does Goggles keep calling him? Not Don Juan, but something Casanova. Real Casanova type. So yeah, there's this extended tennis match between Officer Coach and a student, and there's like a very significant crowd assembled to watch this, like it's a scheduled event, and there's an applause track that sounds like it's 300 people. And there's a marching band playing over the loudspeaker. And I love this, just like the sheer laziness of the like cultural research that they did on this. We're like, okay, what do Americans love? Love college sports. It's a big thing there, right? They love to have bands playing, marching bands playing in the stands. It's a big part of it. So they just play marching band music over the loudspeaker while watching a tennis match. And they're like, classic American collegiate environment.
I'm surprised there weren't more hot dogs in this film.
Yeah, hot dogs and like everyone wearing cowboy hats. That would have been perfect. I think her name's Sylvia from the Boston Globe shows up to talk to the cops. Like I said, they just lie to her face. You'd mentioned. So they had taken Willard into custody after he went Jason Bourne on everybody, but then they had to let him go because there wasn't enough evidence, apparently. So the killer is back at his little post staring at the co-eds rehearsing. And at this point, it's just one of them. And she's rehearsing this, like, I don't know, it's like a number from Chicago or something, I think, or I don't know. And then she sees him and she's like, oh, it's, so he like kind of stalks her down, through the belly of the building. She has changed, whatever. And now she's getting on an elevator. He sees her. And it's that classic Giallo thing where it's like, he's got the trench coat and the fedora and the black gloves. So you don't know who it is, but the soon to be victim does, and is like, oh, it's you, sir. You made me jump. And you're like, okay, so it's not Willard. She wouldn't have called Willard sir.
Right.
So who is it? She knows him. She recognizes who he is. He luckily hides the chainsaw behind his back like it's a bouquet of flowers. Gets in the elevator, cuts her arms off immediately in the elevator. And then Kendall and two officers, who I like to refer to as Mario and Luigi Mario, show up. They find the armless girl, and that's when one of them's like barfing. But apparently she's still alive, the armless girl.
Yeah, she gets to live, although we don't see her again.
You don't see her again, and then they're like, well, we got to talk to her, but then she can't talk. So it's like, why did you make her live? I guess, yeah, because there's no real reason to get to the hospital, I guess. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Mm-mm. But also more Mary Sue behavior out of Kendall, because he tells the cops what to do. The one cop that's throwing up, he's like, go get help. Go over there. The janitor has a fucking phone in his room. So Kendall knows everything about the campus, where all the phones are located. And also he gets to boss the cops around. So, yeah.
I mean, Kendall being the killer would have been the only thing that made sense. But spoiler alert, Kendall is not the killer. The cops keep doing this thing where the black-haired cop, asks the gray-haired cop for a match, but he, keeps saying he doesn't smoke. We mentioned that, but it never comes back around. Nothing ever comes of it. You're sure something's gonna come of it. Does not. Mm-mm. Nothing comes of it. So, Kendall, this is, you were talking about this scene. Kendall's laying pipe again, like Kendall does. And he sees something outside. He sees Coach Cop outside and is like, thinks he has to go save her or whatever. And then his, like, the girl he's banging is like, don't go, blah, 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 and then she's like, am I making too much noise? And Kendall's like, fuck off. I got copping to do. And then she's like, why don't you gag me? Then I won't make any noise. Like, who are these college women? But yeah, Kendo is just not that concerned about the whole thing. So the creep is after the tennis lady now, and he's got the stealthiest of weapons, which you guessed is a chainsaw. And Coach Tennis Cop is creeping around outside. And she's getting snuck up on. And this is the best part of this best scene in the movie. I love this scene. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's the most nonsensical. The first time I watched this, I laughed so hard I thought I was going to puke. She goes, and I'm going to have a coughing fit, but I'm going to try not to. Coach Tennis Cop is outside. She's sleuthing, but she doesn't know she's getting creeped on by presumably the killer. Someone sneaks up on her, jumps out at her, and you're like, oh no, it's the killer. Wrong. It's a fucking Bruce Lee impersonator that you've never seen before. You don't know anything about. You're so confused why he's there. And then you hear an engine, and then so they kind of tussle. She knocks him down.
And she pulls a gun on him.
Yeah, she pulls a gun on him. Ultimately, he gets knocked down. And he's like unconscious, apparently. And you're like, who was that? What was that? Why did that happen? Why does she have a gun? Like, there's just so many questions. Then you hear the chainsaw and you're like, oh, now the real killer's going to show up. Now it's going to be explained to me who that guy is. And maybe he was running from the chainsaw guy or something. Wrong. It's Kendo on a motherfucking dirt bike. Just rides his dirt bike up middle of the night. No one else on campus. It is like midnight. The karate guy stands up. Kendall says, hey, it's my kung fu professor. And he says,
again, Kendall the Mary Sue knows kung fu.
He says, what's the story, Chow? This sounds like a joke setup.
Yeah.
What's the story, Chow? And Chow, who we've just met, says, and I quote, and this sounds like I'm being racist. I'm not. This is exactly how he says it. Ooh, I was out jogging. Next thing I know, I'm on ground. Something I eat. Bad chop suey. So long.
It's the so long.
It's the most insane thing I've ever seen. I think in a movie, it makes no sense. It is so dumb.
It makes
so out of left field.
Yeah. It makes no sense.
Oh my God.
Like, I don't, is this them saying, are they just saying like, oh, Americans are racist for no reason, or are Spanish people racist for no reason?
It's anyone's guess. Like, there is absolutely, I think they thought of this gag and they maybe had access to a dirt bike.
Yeah.
But why would they not just have her running like, oh no, I'm getting chased by the chainsaw guy. And then no, it's Kendo in a dirt bike. The only thing I can think of that even makes a lick of sense is that actor that played Chow won some sort of contest. He was the 10th caller on the radio station or something. And they said, you get a walk-on role in the movie. That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay.
Because he is grinning ear to ear the whole time.
Yeah.
He is clearly not an actor.
Well, depends. Depends.
Yeah.
So he is Bruce Lee with one E.
Is he one of the Bruce Lee impersonator fake Wish.com Bruce Lee?
Yeah, I mean, he would be a Wish.com Bruce Lee because he's Bruce Lee with one E, and like he stars in movies like Bruce vs. Bill and Challenge of the Tiger and The Clones of Bruce Lee, in which he plays Bruce Lee too. So yeah, he's
so he is an actor. He's a keyword. He's in kung fu movies,
right? Yeah, but
he was just on set maybe, and they were like, "Let's throw you in the movie."
Maybe. I'm trying to find any fucking reason.
Yeah, it is a complete non sequitur.
He's the stunt coordinator for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3.
Jesus Christ. The first time I saw that, I was like, did I have an aneurysm? Like, does my brain malfunction? And I went back and watched it again. So he just smiles and walks away too. And it's like end of discussion. And then they're like, all right, well, let's go. Bye. And they leave. And then like 5 seconds later, not even 2 seconds later, the Boston Globe lady walks on screen and is stalked, by the aforementioned murderer immediately. She gets led on, ultimately running from him, trying to escape him to the, to the training room or whatever they talked about earlier with the waterbed. So there's this whole scene, which is kind of a famous scene, where it's just a really weird, kind of brutal, kind of scary murder scene that's like really graphic and in slow motion of her getting stabbed multiple times on a waterbed. And then it's more just like a platform. It's almost like a massage bed, but it has a water thing on top of it. And she is stabbed repeatedly, all in slow motion. And it's like a really oddly convincing struggle that happens. It's very bizarre. And ultimately she gets stabbed in the back of the neck. And this is very tense music. It's like an oddly well done scene in a movie full of just crazy nonsense.
Yeah, it's the most giallo scene of the film. Because it's so similar to the stabbing in Opera, where the guy gets it up through the mouth. She gets it in the back of the head. Similar, very to the
and it comes through the mouth too.
Yeah,
like obviously this is a little bit less convincing, a little bit more straightforward effect. But anyway, so Coach Tennis Champ won't fuck Kendall, even though he's like blown away that somebody wouldn't fuck him. But also like kisses him 4 times on the lips, which is like, all right. So you get this jump scare from Goggles, where he does this thing where when he comes out of her apartment, there's this nonsensical jump scare with like a rubber monster mask. And Kendall's like, oh my God. And then it's Goggles, and he pulls up his mask and he's like, Casanova, and makes this like fart trumpet noise with his hand. It's so silly. Anyway, now it's daytime. So next day, and the marching band music is playing over the PA system, and nobody really knows why, which is messing up this tennis player's tennising, I guess. I don't know. She decides to just like call it quits. She goes, takes a shower. She gets chased. Chainsaw guy like cuts through the door. And again, this like oddly out of place, brutal scene where she like pisses herself and then just gets like hacked in half in the torso. And then Willard is there, and they're like, oh, it's obviously Willard. He got released and somebody got killed, and Willard's about. And then Kendall and, the coach tennis cop shows up and gives him the old Willard eye, which is this like weird side eye that he gives everybody. He's acting super sketch. Kendall finds Susie, her name was, murdered. And it's like this crazy gory effect where it's like a freaking kiddie pool full of blood, and she's just cut off at the waist kind of thing. And you get from Coach Tennis Cop this famous weird scene of her screaming, bastard, bastard, bastard. Like it feels like it goes on for minutes and she's just screaming bastard.
Yeah. Like it's over because she's also. Did they shut the music off at this point, or they're trying to get it shut off now?
They're still trying to get it shut off. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's screaming bastard over the fucking marching band music. This is where this is how I thought I had seen this movie before, because I've definitely seen that imagery of the like half torso in the shower. So like I recognize that, and it's on some of the covers of the film. So that's where I thought I'd seen this film before, but again, the ending, I was not prepared.
Yeah. So we're spiraling towards the ending here. And this may be our longest episode of all time. So I'm going to spiral towards the ending here. So, Coach Tennis Cop goes to see the dean. The dean puts something sketchy in her coffee, which is kind of a weird way of telling us all it's the dean.
Yeah.
Like it's almost this anticlimactic way of, it's a whodunit kind of situation. Then the dean's like, you want some tea or coffee? And he's like, yeah, I'll go make you some coffee. And then he just pulls out this little vial and starts putting sketchy stuff in. And you're like, wait, why would the dean do that? Oh, the dean's the killer? Or are we all accepting the dean's the killer now? He put something sketchy in her coffee. Great throwaway line. How's the coffee? Good. I love the cream, which is great line on its own. Well, this is New England, of course, says in his British accent.
Yeah.
And then, the gray-haired cop and Kendall are back, like doing some useless work to, talk about why you're trying to figure out who the killer is or whatever. And they're just eating and drinking Wendy's
classic
cups and wrappers.
Classic Wendy's. It's yellow Wendy's.
Yeah. So they're like, this must be definitely the USA because Wendy's. And then they get a phone call that they found out that it's the dean.
Yeah.
That's pretty much.
And this is where I was saying, like, this feels so much like Herschel Gordon Lewis. And I think specifically Blood Feast is because Blood Feast is very much like police procedural with like a bunch of gore that's happening. And I feel like I remember Blood Feast coming to kind of the similar conclusion of like the cops just get a phone call that confirms something for them and they go, okay, time to go get him. That's all.
Yeah, let's go arrest him.
Go get him.
Yeah, that's what it is. They don't come to any conclusion. It's just like phone call. Oh, the dean. He's got poo brains.
Yeah.
He's got whacked out. He killed his mom or something.
He changed his identity. But it is.
Yeah, he changed his.
It is shit ass Mary Sue Kendall who brings the file to Murphy first of like, hey, is this something? And then Murphy calls it in and it is something. So.
Well, Kendall's the fucking hero, man. He knows what to do.
I hate Kendall.
He's the fucking puss lord. King fuck. So they find out it's a dean. Of course, we as the audience already know this. And Kendall knows that she, Coach Tennis Cop is going to see the dean. So they're like, God damn, we got to go. He's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. And the dean has this very like proper British accent, like I said, which is very weird, but he's explaining because he's trying to put some suspicion on Professor Brown. And he's got this very proper British accent. And he goes, Professor Brown, you see, is a homosexual. The way he says it's very funny.
Yeah.
And what the fuck does this have to do with anything? And they go into this thing about how he's trying to basically frame Professor Brown. And then slowly she starts to become like, she starts to get that like paralysis where she can't move, but she can see and hear everything. Dean decides he's going to cut her feet off because he wants to put her feet in the shoes for her, they kept from his mom that he murdered however many years ago. I don't know. But he's going to cut her feet off. The cops and Kendall show up just as he's about to cut her feet off. The music the whole time during this scene is insane, by the way. It's so chaotic.
Mm-hmm.
So they run in, the dean's hiding behind the curtain and she knows where he is, but she can't tell him. So like she's trying to signal to the curtain. It's kind of a cool scene in that way. Then the dean jumps out. Kendall and the dean struggle. And just as he's about to stab Kendall, the cops run in and blast him, right? Kind of predictable. You're like, all right, whatever. Kind of, you get this like heartwarming scene of the cop saying that Kendall was lucky and, Coach Tennis Cop is going to be okay. And everybody's like, everything's going to be okay. The cops came in and saved him right at the last minute. And they cover the dean up with like a cloth. They find the jigsaw puzzle and they're like, oh, whatever. And then out of motherfucking nowhere, a trick bookcase spins around and the dead girl that he chopped her arms off, he had sewn her arms back on, put her in his mom's dress and hung her up, and she falls out from behind the bookcase and like wearing the dean's mom's dress and all that stuff falls on Kendall. There's this big music sting and you're just like, holy shit, this giant like jump scare. And you're like, well, holy shit. They like, I remember the first time, like it made me jump. I was like, Jesus Christ, you weren't expecting that. Not that you weren't expecting something to happen, but like you definitely weren't expecting that.
Again, Scooby-Doo gets you again.
Yeah. And you're like, okay, that was fun. That was cool. And the cop's like joking with Kendall, like, not about not wanting to be a cop. You must not want to be a cop anymore after that. Like, you got to go home and get some rest, kid, blah, blah, blah. And Kendall says, all right, let me go get my jacket. And so you're like, wait, is something else going to happen? He walks near the body. The woman's hands, who has been murdered for a long time, long dead, decomposing, arms cut off, sewn back on. Her arm shoots up, grabs Kendall's crotch. She has like claws that rip through his jeans, squeeze his dick and balls until they explode. And then Kendall screams and goes cross-eyed. And there's a freeze frame on Kendall's cross-eyed face. And that's the fucking movie.
Yeah.
It is the most bonkers ending to any movie ever made. It makes no sense. It's never explained. It is shameless to the umpteenth degree. And I absolutely love it for it. It's the greatest ending in horror history. Like, it is so stupid and wild and unexpected and gory, like so much gorier than almost anything else, with the exception of like maybe some of the little like scenes he sets up for the bodies to be discovered. But like, I have a Pieces t-shirt that I wear just so I can tell people to watch it. And so I can take comfort in, because people all the time, even when I was on that freaking tour that we talked about in the last episode, I got on there and people were like, oh, what's on your shirt? Pieces. Oh, I've never seen that. I was like, it's on Tubi. Go watch it. Like, and I just won't tell them. Yeah. And it gives me so much pleasure to know that occasionally somebody's going to watch this and experience this ending blind. And it just makes me so happy to know that I'm going to bring that joy to people's lives. So you could never remake this movie. You could never make a sequel, obviously. And that's like why it's the perfect one-hit wonder, because you could never do that over again and have it be anywhere near as impactful, because these people were just, I assume, on drugs. I don't know. It makes no sense.
A little bit of the marijuana.
That's Pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's Pieces, guys.
It's an interesting film, and it has a lot of fun things going for it. And it obviously bites off a lot of things. Like we already said, how it bites off Giallo and it bites off of, fucking just like American slasher,
like Western slashers.
Yeah. What they think Western slasher culture is. At no point do you like anybody in the film, though. Like,
no,
you don't connect. You don't connect with anybody. You don't care about the cops. They're boring and flat, like a Herschel Gordon Lewis cop. Kendall's insufferable. Yeah, I guess you kind of like Officer Coach, but she's introduced later in the film and like is kind of just a damsel. Like, she just falls into a damsel at the end. So yeah, I don't know.
What about Chow? I'm a big Chow guy.
That is so fucking crazy. Like, why is that in this film?
This movie gives no fucks about who you like, why you like it. You are in the seat, you bought the ticket, and it's going to take you on a fucking ride.
Mm-hmm.
That is this movie.
Yeah. It's rewatchable. I mean, the one thing it has going for it is like there's so many 80s slashers that are just up and down boring. Like they're not creative camera work wise. They're not creative, violence wise. They're just whatever. So like for this film to be on the shorter side and
it's like
hour 20,
like an hour 20. I was going to say, yeah, exactly.
It's like an hour 20. And then, like it has some interesting set pieces in it. Like the waterbed and the shower scene are like pretty top notch. There's a lot of other stuff though that like, I don't know. Like I said, I wanted more after that girl got decapitated. The elevator stuff is so hokey and not good looking. Like when
the way he just pops her arm off though.
Yeah.
Like I love that it it barely touches her shirt before it goes flying off.
And I was just like,
I just love it.
It took me out.
It's like she was like, it's like she's one of those like, do you remember the action figures of the crash test dummies?
Yeah.
Where you just press the middle and all their arms and legs and head fly off. That's pretty much what she was.
Yeah, she's completely just detachable. So there's a lot of good things in it. There's also just some things I'm just like not impressed with that, and like it because it spends so much of its time biting off other styles. Like it's in partly a love letter, but also not original until they go corpse bride at the end. Corpse bride, mama grab the pee-pee.
You don't know. You have no idea. It's never explained. It's never hinted at. And that's why it comes so far out of left field is there are no breadcrumbs that you could follow that would make you think that anything even remotely close to that would happen.
Well, there's the breadcrumbs of that he's collecting bodies to put together. Because you get a couple scenes of him in a remote like cooler or freezer. So
he's like a walk-in cooler or something.
Yeah, so this is like the early version of the house that Jack built. But like there's nothing to say that like somebody's gonna touch the bookcase and his fucking Frankenmama is gonna come out from behind it.
Well, maybe that. I was talking specifically about the dick grab.
Yeah, you're not going to see that either. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying
that there's nothing.
Yeah, that last 2 minutes, despite like the other failings leading up to that, the last 2 minutes is just like, okay, well, sure, yeah, you got me, movie, you got me. Good one.
It is just it's so brazen.
Yeah,
that's what I appreciate about it.
Yeah,
it's brazen. So,
all right,
Matt, thoughts on Pieces?
I can only say that the character development in this thing is hilarious because, like Steve said, I can't see me liking any of the characters and only hoping for the demise of Kendall throughout the entire film. So that to me makes the ending so satisfying to see his package get absolutely trash compacted by corpse. That's the rewatchability for me. And also to that ending, it is very surprising, and it is the reason why I've rewatched this movie a couple of times, only because I still try to find a reason why this happens, and I can't, never have, never will.
Nope.
But all I get to know is that Kendall, for all the fuck machine antics he has, that wedding tackle is getting absolutely obliterated by a corpse.
Kendall, the fuck king, will never fuck again.
Nope.
Yeah, that's really the true tragedy of this movie. Yeah, this movie, by all accounts, is bad, but in the most fun way. Like, it is schlock. It's just the highest order of schlock in my mind. Like, it is shameless. It is there just to shock and and get word of mouth so it sells more tickets. And it's just like, it is the definition of schlock in my mind. And like most of my favorite 80s slashers are that, because 80s slashers are 90+% of them are just trying to capitalize off of the success of Halloween 1978.
Right.
So they are just, how can I make a bajillion dollars off a $0 budget?
Yeah.
That's it.
This one is definitely, it's not inspired by Halloween. They were instead took the route of being inspired by Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Yep.
Right.
They just said,
oh yeah, true.
There wasn't
true even earlier, right?
They just said there wasn't enough chainsaw in Texas Chainsaw. Let's have more chainsaw in our dumb fuck movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. All right, guys, it is time. We have talked for many hours now. So let's figure out who's going to take home the son of a bitch and strap for the month. So, Matt, you got to decide the order in which people go. So you get to decide the order in which people vote as well.
I think to stay consistent, we just go the same way. Steve, myself, then Brian.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Where are you at, Steve?
I would like to point out that every film also seemed to have something in common with another film tonight. So like 2 films had Scooby-Doo's in them. 2 films had Columbo Cops in them. 2 films had like Italian ripoff fucking music, because I had actual Goblin, and Cam, the composer for Pieces, was absolutely biting off Goblin for the soundtrack.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's just a lot of fun connections between all of them. But Pieces, I saw a lot more things that I recognize and things that I like. And just, you know, I could see the pedigree of where that film came from, despite it not actually having any ties. Like, you know, it was just, like you said, it was a Spanish production. So like they weren't really tied to anything. I guess I'm willing to forgive that crazy Bruce Lee thing.
Forgive or celebrate?
I don't know. I want to dock it points because it's insane racism for no reason, but also, I don't know. It was the time. That's insane racism for no reason.
Yes, it is. It is 100%. It's so out of left field.
It's absolutely madness. Also, shocker, I'm docking points for fucking crazy bullshit out of nowhere as well. You know, it's but if Shocker wasn't so desperately trying to be a Nightmare on Elm Street film or Wes Craven's way of giving the finger to New Line for not letting him do Nightmare on Elm Street, like if it wasn't so similar to those, it just, I don't know. I might like it more for its craziness. If it was the movie we talked about, where it's like a Jim Varney character who loves TV and is just trying to fucking kill people, like, I'd love that movie. But unfortunately not. I love my Giallo and Herschel Gordon Lewis too much, and so I will vote Pieces.
There's one vote Pieces. One vote for Pieces. All right. Or what do you got, Matt?
So when I look at all 3 of these movies, what it really comes down to is what I'm going to have the most fun watching. And of course, I think my movie is fun because I brought it. It's my baby. And I also enjoy the fact that I got to terrorize Steve with it because it's his first time watching it, which also makes me giggle. But when I do look at like a linear storytelling, mine doesn't really meet that criteria because it is 3 different stories over almost 2 hours. So I can't rightfully give myself a vote on that one. So I'm going to take myself out of that one. But another time, another place, another lifetime, baby, we could be together. And I would vote for Shocker 1,000 times over. But if I have to go with, storytelling, filmography, just the presence, I gotta go with Steve. I gotta give the vote to Opera because it has the visual aspects I like to see, and it also has one of the coolest bits in a horror movie from the 80s, and that is the secondary trauma by having the lined needles underneath the eye to force her to watch critically insane violence. So I'm sorry, Brian, but I have to give it to Steve.
I can't say I'm surprised. They are radically different films. As much as I want to be a dickhead and vote for Shocker just to send it to the judges, just to send it to the online, I cannot in all good faith go with Shocker. Although I do enjoy the movie. Like I said, I've enjoyed it more as in my subsequent viewings of it. I gotta say Opera, for nothing else, the visuals in it are incredible. The cinematography is incredible. And the practical effects are incredible, but they're subdued. They're like the polar opposite of my movie, where they're just like over the top, just buckets of blood.
Yeah.
This is like a lot more subdued. I mean, obviously there's a lot of violence in it, but like it's quick. It's like, it doesn't show you too much. And it just has a lot that sticks with you, even though I would argue just like you guys said about Pieces, which I don't disagree with, there's literally not one character that you like at all. There's also literally not one character in Opera that I like at all. Or would I root for, or maybe
that's a lie. You just said earlier you like the costumer.
Oh, yes, that's true. I did like the costumer, although a very minor character. Yeah. I do like the costumer. And then there was one other one that I was just going to say that was vaguely... Oh, man.
The bird guy. The bird trainer also rules.
Oh, I don't give a fuck.
That guy's
awesome.
Funny. That guy's funny.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't give a fuck about the bird guy. There was one other one that I was just going to say. Oh, I was going to say the agent. She's okay.
Yeah.
You don't actively dislike the agent.
No, and you feel bad when she fucking gets it, which is
when
terrible.
She dies, and which contributes to the best scene in the movie. So yeah. I gotta go. Although I know that I am really dooming myself here, because we're giving the belt back to Steve, and he's going to do something awful in the which we call the revenge movie, but maybe would be a retribution movie after this. I don't know, but I got to go Opera, which is ultimately going to hand the strap to Steven.
Hooray, everybody.
Hooray.
Well, I want to thank everybody who made this possible. And
Dario Argento.
And of course, that means we are going to have a punishment film. Matt, you're welcome to join us for the punishment film next week.
Ooh.
And I can tell...
We won't record for 5 hours, don't worry.
Yeah, it won't be 5 hours, but boy, are you guys going to be mad. I'm going to stick with Dario Argento.
Oh, God.
And instead of his greatest film, we're going to go with his greatest flop. 2012's Dracula 3D.
Oh my God.
Available on Amazon Prime for free.
For a reason. For lots of reasons.
Have I seen Dracula 3D?
No, you haven't. This movie has been wiped from the collective conscience for great reason. Like, yeah. I accidentally stumbled on it and I said, oh, that's fucking crazy that this movie exists.
It's got Rutger Hauer. I'm surprised I haven't seen it. I've seen like every Rutger Hauer movie.
It's got Rutger Hauer.
He plays Van Helsing.
Yep.
Rutger Hauer's Van Helsing. That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, you would so think so. And I'm not.
It's got his daughter as Lucy. Okay, all right, fine.
But just wait till you watch it.
Fine. All right. All right, guys. I am scared and nervous and intrigued and a little horny.
I'm
to
pooping and now I'm peeing.
Dracula 3D from 2012. That just seems a weird. I don't know why. That just if you would have said, when do you think Dracula 3D, which I've heard of before, is from, I would have been like 1993. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have said 2012, but okay. We'll check it out. Guys. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. It was a pleasure talking 80s one-hit wonder slashes with you, Matt. Thank you so much for joining us on the old podcast here and sticking on for a marathon episode, easily our longest episode ever.
Yep.
But it was a pleasure to do so. And you let us know if you want to come back for some beautiful Dracula 3D action. Anything else I'm forgetting, boys? Anything else we should mention?
No, just Matt, tell everybody once again where they can find you.
So we are in the Judgeatorium. We can be found on all social media as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, Threads, and YouTube at Decayin WTB. Don't forget to follow Adam on all social media as well to get caught up with the reigning defending homebrew champion of Pittsburgh at bash_brew. And don't forget to check out all the art that goes along with the beers from his incredible wife, Lori. And if you want to check out any of our merch, we are on Redbubble, where you can get some of your favorite threads and support our podcast. And I just want to say thank you guys for having me on. It's one of my favorite podcasts to listen to every week. So it's actually an honor to be able to come on and talk schlocky, shitty films with you guys. So thank you very much.
Well, it was a pleasure. Thank you again. It was a lot of fun having you on the old podcast. Excited to have you back again. If not for the punishment episode for some time down the old road as well. It was a blast. And like I said, thank you for staying on with us well after midnight here and with the Halloween is Forever crew. So, all right. That being said, for the Halloween is Forever crew, I'm Brian.
I'm Dracula.
I'm Steve. For now, I've taken Steve's body because I'm Horace Pinker.
All right, see you later, you wieners. Bye.
Bye.